Oh, good morning.
Morning,
This is
Chris.
exciting. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Good.
How are you?
First of all,
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm really good. I'm very excited about today. This is something that when we first started Dad's Kindness Fund that I knew I wanted to do. And a lot of it comes from working with you and working with another great nonprofit called Oral Cancer Cause and helping them to tell their story. And ultimately, the goal of this, when we're done this afternoon, is to raise money to help students in the Bucyrus City Schools. So I have to give thanks to John because this is an idea that he started with me and shared with me. And so, John, thank you.
Well, if I may, I don't want to take up a lot of your time because you've got a lot to do today. You got a lot of amazing guests. It's a privilege and an honor to be here with you. And Chris, I was thinking about this morning as I was thinking about this event and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, so today is about raising money, for the fund that you guys have created in honor of your dad. But I think that it's more than that, right? I think that in working with you, you hear that cliche all the time, like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? And I think
Yeah.
this and you doing this and pulling all these people together in honor of your father to raise money for this great cause is a lot more than the money that's going to be raised. I think what you're going to do today, and what I'm hoping everybody realizes, is that you're setting an example that your father set for you and your family and everybody else that he was a part of in relation to how important it is to continue to give. And I think sometimes, Chris, that, and you can tell me kind of your thoughts on this, but when you raise money or you do something like this, you're giving an opportunity, right, to a child, to children, or to teenagers, or whoever that might not have those same opportunities. And as you know, Chris, the opportunity is just a place for someone to continue to add value to the world, right? Do more things, or in the case of this, like share more kindness so that they can make somebody else better. And so I would just say that today is such an important day. This is a huge thing that you and your family have put together. And I will also say, in housekeeping notes for anybody that's watching, have grace for Chris. Putting this on is not easy. Hosting it, doing all the production, like it's a massive amount of work. I can say that firsthand because I've worked with Chris for the last 2 years. But I think today, Chris, is all just about, like, we hit the record button. You've got a lot of great content. I think you just need to let it flow, bro. I think you just need to let it go. Be yourself. You're doing an amazing thing. And I think for everybody watching this, be sure to learn more about what Chris and his family are doing. And yes, the money contributions are super important. So be sure to do that. But I think the real important thing to think about is the opportunity that your donation gives to these younger people so that they can continue to do things like your dad did, Chris, and like you and your family are doing. So congrats to you, man.
John, thank you. I hold you in a very high regard. I have a lot of respect for you and what we've done in the last 2 years. And to hear you say those things means the world to me. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. I know you've got a very busy schedule for the day, and just to take 10 or 15 minutes to be here, it means the world to me. So thank you. What I'd like to do is I'm going to just jump right into this because I think a lot of people have heard. There are a lot of people who've heard the story or the background, but I also think there are a lot of people who may watch this live today or who may watch the recording today that maybe have no idea about my dad. And so, what I want to do is I want to kick things off this morning by giving everybody a background. Um, no matter how many times I read this, I still get choked up. So, it may take me longer than normal.
Am I allowed to say, like, be strong? Is that par for the
Yeah,
course, or do I
that's
just
part.
let you
That's
go
par
do
for. That's par for the course, brother. So, Chuck Stone, or Stoney, as many knew him, was a helper. Whether it was coaching football and track at Bucyrus High School, or leading a team of volunteers and building the press box at the Bucyrus High School football
it?
stadium, you could always find him helping. Upon his untimely passing on January 16th, 2022, many talked about how kind Stoney was to those he met, his students, current and former, teaching colleagues, teammates, and community members who knew him well. All agree that Chuck's kindness was something that defined him. Stoney's Kindness Fund was started as a means to help children in the Bucyrus City Schools who may be facing similar challenges to those that Chuck faced growing up. The goal of this fund is to provide financial support directly to these children through the Community Foundation for Crawford County and the Bucyrus City Schools. Funds which will be dispersed to the district annually prior to the start of each new school year will be used to help purchase items like school supplies, clothing, and personal hygiene items. The funds could also be used to help pay class fees, purchase needed sporting equipment, and any other items deemed necessary by Bucyrus City Schools social workers and school counselors to help Bucyrus children succeed. The Community Foundation for Crawford County is matching donations through the end of the day today, made online, and we're going to share the link where you can go to our page for Stoney's Kindness Fund to make your donation in the comments on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Or you can send in a check dated today, November 29th, to the Community Foundation for Crawford County, 254 East Mansfield Street, Bucyrus, Ohio, 44820, with Stoney's Kindness Fund in the memo line. Our ultimate goal is to make Stoney's Kindness Fund an endowment fund with the Community Foundation for Crawford County. The fund currently sits at approximately $18,500 and a total of at least $6,500 or more in additional contributions are needed to bring the fund's balance to $25,000 and make it an endowment fund. This will ensure Stoney's Kindness Fund will be able to help Bucyrus children for generations to come. Wow.
You did it. You did it, man.
I did it. It's interesting, John. I think, you know, we talk about challenges that kids face today. And I think, and we're going to have the superintendent for Bucyrus City Schools, Bob Britton, on here in a little bit. And Bob's going to talk, one, about the first time he met Dad in a professional setting, but two, he's going to talk about the need. There was an article written about Dad 10 years ago by a great friend of ours, Henry Conti. It was in the Telegraph Forum, and that article now hangs in my living room. And it talks about one of the stories that Dad always shared. We talk about the challenges, economic disadvantages, challenges, in family and home life. And I don't know that a lot of people know that my dad was in the children's home in Galleon for 4 years. And the first day he was there, they called him Pop Dawson, Mr. Dawson, Clem Dawson, who he and his wife were, they ran the children's home and became like family to these kids, and especially, Pop Dawson with my dad. But Mr. Dawson told all the boys, okay, go in the shower. It's time to get cleaned up. So all the boys go into the shower room, and they get their showers and they're coming out, and he's looking, and Dad's nowhere to be found. And he walked into the shower room, Pop Dawson did, and there stood Dad. And all Dad could do was look. He had no idea what to do with that thing sticking out of the wall above his head. He had never had a shower before. In his family, they bathed the kids. They started with the youngest, they finished with the oldest, and they never changed the bathwater. And so, unfortunately, that's probably an extreme example today. But there are kids who face those kinds of challenges at home, being able to have, good personal hygiene, being able to have, clean clothes to wear to school, being able to afford, to get a haircut. That's just one of so many examples of the kinds of challenges that my dad faced growing up in Bucyrus. And, and mom will probably talk about this too at some point when she's on. It takes a village. It takes a village to raise kids. And the village that was Bucyrus when my dad was a kid, they saw something special in him. People like Tom Cotton, John Himmler, Jack Bennix, Roger Sturgeon, Mr. Brown, Roger Brown, who's going to be on today with us. His dad, saw something special in my dad, and they made sure. They said, "You're not good. We're not going to let you fall. If you fall, we're going to give you a hand. We're not going to give you a handout. We're going to give you a hand up, and we're going to help you." And so, more than just my dad's legacy in this fund, in this kindness fund, it's also that legacy of all of those people who helped my dad come from literally dirt floor poor John to where, when he passed, he was one of the richest men in the world in his relationships and his family. And normally, I think, you and I could probably agree, normally when the cycle of poverty, it never stops. Unless there's someone who plants their flag and says, not me, not now, not my family. And that person has a great support network. And it wasn't just his coaches and teachers and administrators. I mean, and Mr. Brown, I mean, my mom's parents, there were many nights, I'm sure, and mom can talk about this. There were many times that, Grandma and Grandpa Scott helped dad when he was a kid. And so this kindness fund it's got dad's name on it, but it's a tribute and a legacy to everyone who helped him and who have in turn helped us, me and my brother and our kids, be the people we are today. So I appreciate you being here, John, helping me kind of kick this off and co-hosting it with me. It means the world to me. And so what I'm going to do, our first live guest, is not in our green room yet, which is fine. Not a big deal. We've got plenty of content. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on my Uncle David. Little backstory about my Uncle David. He played football with dad at North Carolina State from 1976 to 79. Another Ohio boy that back in the late 70s, NC State recruited Ohio very heavily because their head coach at the time, dad was recruited by Lou Holtz. Coach Holtz left, took the job at the Jets. Then NC State hired this young kid out of Ohio State named Bo Ryan. And Bo was from Niles, Ohio, and he recruited like crazy up here.
Hey, Chris, so real quick. So let me just get this straight. So you just shared a story about your dad, like being in a situation as a child and not having the opportunity to shower. And did I hear you just say that like at one time in his life, he was recruited by Lou Holtz? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. Okay. Lou Holtz recruited my dad to play football at North Carolina State.
And wasn't there also just a game this past weekend with NC State? Like who did they beat?
Carolina.
Yeah. Okay.
Go to hell, Carolina.
Okay. Right. So, sorry to digress.
That's okay. So my Uncle David in 2000 gave me an opportunity because of my dad to do an internship with him at NC State, working in the athletic department and with the football program. And he's one of my dad's three best friends. And I call him uncle because he's like one. He's he may not be blood, but you don't have to be blood to be family. And Uncle Dave's one of those people. So, John, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and bring Uncle David on through the power of recorded video. And then hopefully we'll have my babysitter when I was just a wee lad, first born in 1979. Karen Mitchell joined us after the video. So again, John, thank you so much.
Yeah, good.
And
And listen, I wanted to say one quick thing, and that is that I think what you're doing, and everything, Chris, starts at the community level, right? And so it may seem like you're talking about a city, in the state of Ohio, and one might think like what is really the big deal with this? It means a lot because I think what you're doing needs to be replicated in cities all over this country because it matters. And so I'm really excited to see how today turns out. Just super happy for you and your mom and your brother and your family and everybody that is honoring your dad. And best of luck, man. It's gonna be an awesome day.
thanks, John. I look forward to seeing you at the end of the day, bud.
Got it. See ya.
Thank you.
Well, Chuck, we got to know each other, and he was on the opposite side of the ball. I mean, he put me on the map one day in a scrimmage when he pulled out on me, and we made collision, and it was the best collision. And he won't admit it, but I got the best of him, and it put me on the map, And he said, "Gee, Dave, good hit," And so, but the commonality of being on a team and being from Ohio, he always offered to give me a ride home, and he always told me when he was leaving. And then, he got married early, and I said, "Well, why'd you get married?" He said, "Well, we wanted to see each other more, and I was going to leave." So we got married. So he came to school and lived in the married housing. And, I'd see him at practice, and then he'd eat at the training table a little bit. Then when school started, he went and back to the normal routine of eating with Sandy. And so he would invite us over because he missed us, And I think one time he missed us so much, he was mad about something. He said, "I'm going out with you guys tonight." So he met us down at Barry's, and I remember he got there about 9, and we're all down there, and he's out there on the dance floor, and he's having a great time, and he's waving to me on the dance floor, "Hey, Dave, I'm dancing." I said, "Chuck, go at it, Chuck." And so, but he was out of there like in about, I looked around and said, "Where's Chuck?" It's about 11:15, and he went home. So, I mean, he wasn't going to do too many more of those, I mean, but he went out, but he loved the brotherhood and kind of a family that he never had down where he was from. He kind of had his own family down here, and whether you're from Ohio or he'd offer you a ride home or you were on defense or you're on the same side of the ball with him, he was always very personable, and he'll give you the shirt off his back. And to me, everybody used to drive Sandy nuts on when I text him and everything, and he'd always wish me Happy Father's Day and Merry Christmas. He just always would. And I would always call him Sir Charles. And, Sandy would say something about his wild looking hair and everything. I said, "Sandy, leave him alone. He's royalty. He's Sir Charles." And the reason I said that is because when knights who are known for chivalry and gallantry were very young, they were taken out of their homes and put into a castle to work for the residing queen wherever they were, and they learned how to take care of the horses and to prepare the knight for battle and to sharpen the tools and to do all that. And then when they're old enough at 16, they start jousting, and they learn how to kind of under apprenticeship be a knight. And you have to exemplify all the courteousness, the chivalry, speaking up for the underdog, gentleness towards women, the whole deal. And then you move up to be a knight, and then you're in there for the real thing. And that's why I always called him Sir Charles, because I could see him galloping around on a Clydesdale, jousting with people. Because he was. I called him Sir Charles. And Sandy said, "Oh, Dave, you're just feeding him. Don't say that." No, I meant it, And then Sandy appreciates it now because I said, it's not right without Sir Charles around here, But he and I were close like that, and and I think we got really close when he would always say, "Hey, Dave." I go, "Hey, Chuck." "Hey, Dave." It was called Stoneyisms. We would talk in the vernacular Stoneyisms, and then it got Dietrich and everybody else. We'd all, "Hey, Chris. Hey, Dave. What are you doing tonight?" It was all in honor of Sir Charles. But so that was kind of like the college days, and we kept in touch, over the years, and then we really got back in touch where one day he called me and said, listen, my son Chris needs an internship, and he needs one. Like, is there anything? I said, just send him down. Tell him to pack his bags and come down. And I got a room for him, and I said, he's going to have to learn, do it the hard way. It's not going to be no easy thing. He goes, well, that's what I want, and he grabbed me one day after it was all over a couple years later, and he cried like a baby because he said, what you did for my son and giving him a chance and everything, that just meant a lot to me. And so he was a very sentimental devil. Chuck Stone was sentimental. Yeah. And, don't get him mad, but he was a sentimental devil. And I always knew it when he was at offensive guard, and he always knew when I was at outside linebacker because, we'd definitely have some collisions. But, we just kept and he would come back to Raleigh, and he would always make a point to call me, and we would meet up, and lo and behold, we start doing these tailgates and everything else, and towards the end of my career at NC State, I had a brain aneurysm where, I had a 3% chance of coming back and being like this. It took me 7 years to recover, and I got out of the hospital after 15 days. And I went in at 210 pounds. I came out at 172 because I could barely do anything, couldn't hardly walk. So Chuck hops out on his Harley Davidson and drives all night to come down here. Lo and behold, I'm at my in-laws staying there till I recover, and I come out in the living room, and there's Chuck, there's Chris, and there's Jim Richer. I go, hey, Chuck, what's going on? Hey, Dave, how you doing? And so he drove down here all night to see me. And he was concerned, and so then we had a good visit, and then he got on his Harley Davidson and drove back up to Ohio, and I said, Chuck, did you drive down 77? Oh yeah, the whole deal. And but he drove back up there, and then we started doing these tailgates where I have everything out there, and they could see it electronically what I was doing, and he started getting into Facebook and to SMS and texting and stuff, and he knew what was going on. And so I'd get a call on Thursday, the game's on Saturday. He goes, hey Dave, I'm getting on my motorcycle and driving down tomorrow. I'll see you there. We're at what parking spot? Lo and behold, he'd come walking up and wouldn't go to the game. Spent the whole time when we just talked about life. We talked about communities. We talked about politics. We talked about his election to the city council. We talked about friends. We talked about his work, what he did. We talked about his grandchildren, Leroy, the legend of Leroy Stone. We talked about all that stuff, and I just thank God I had a chance to spend the whole time with him last year at the tailgate, because he wasn't interested in going into the games. He just wanted to talk to his buddies, and to see him interact with Simon Gupton, a lot of the teammates, the black teammates, they all loved Chuck, and it was just, I had never seen it like that, because we're so used to being on the field. But, I would see Chuck greet some of the other guys, and he would say, hey, Simon, how you doing? And Simon would say, hey, Chuck, how you doing? And it was just kind of a camaraderie there that we all had. And everybody had a special place in their heart for the Stone Man, the Sir Charles, and he loved it. I think he loved coming down here and seeing everybody more than anybody. I mean, he would almost cry when he got to. I was actually looking at a picture a year ago that we took in there when he was there. We took a group shot, and he was right there, and he had that long wild hair that Sandy drove Sandy nuts. But when you're royalty or a prince or a knight, you can do anything you want, and that's what he did. And so he had a good life. He provided well for his family. I think he knew that he could leave the earth before a lot of his family members did, and he prepared well for that, and it's I miss him. I'm going to miss him at my tailgate tomorrow. I'm going to be there the whole time, and I got all these other crazy lunatics to keep me preoccupied, but I'm going to miss Chuck. He was a sweet man, that was a knight. He would get up on that horse, would joust with anybody, and he would, if he had to, he would cut heads off. Not literally, but he would do it because he would defend the underdog, and he would defend other people and his players and his grandchildren and everything else, and he would teach them, and that's all I can say. He's going to be missed, and I'll see him again one day, and it'll be, hey Dave, hey Chuck, what's going on? I brought the kielbasis, you know, but and I would get on him about, you need to take care of your diabetes and take care of yourself when he lost a toe, and we would and lo and behold, he comes limping up to my tailgate last year, wearing his hat, looking like he just got out of Australia or something,
Yeah.
Great man. So, and I know people are having a tough time coping with it, and it's going to take time. Sometimes silence is the best thing. There's nothing you can say. Sometimes it's just silence is the best thing, and we all know what that's like, and I'm going to spring some of his ashes and spread at the tailgate tomorrow. I got to write myself a note not to forget them, but they're right there in my garage, and I'm not going to tell the inside joke Sandy told me, so I'm going to keep it civil, but he'll be with us tomorrow, and we miss him, and he's part of a championship team, and that's all I can say about Chuck Stone. I mean, you couldn't find a better man in a day's walk. You couldn't find a better man in a day's walk. It's an old Irish limerick, Face the wind, tilt your sail, and may God bless you, May the sun be upon your shoulders. That was Chuck.
Um, my Uncle Dave always has a way with words, and Sir Charles. If you follow me on Facebook, you'll see he talks about Sir Charles, and that's why. So, Mom, I know you're watching. Now you know why David called Dad Sir Charles. So, want to bring on our next guest, and we had to kind of do some rearranging because of some technical things. And as John said, we're live, so sometimes things don't always go as planned. So right now, what I'd like to do is I would like to start our live guests with um, special lady. Hey, Care.
Don't make me cry.
I'm going to try not to, darling. Everybody, I want to introduce you to Karen Bishop Mitchell. Karen um, has been a family friend for as long as I've been alive. She was my before. Well, I've only known you for 43 years. It's crazy to say, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Karen and her family are very special to us in our family. Her mom and dad, her brother, just great people. And I wanted to bring Karen on because I think Karen probably has a little bit different perspective about Dad and some of his kindness that he's shown over the years, because she was a part of our family. But she's one of those people. She's not blood, but she's as much a part of our family as anybody who shares our DNA. So, Karen, thank you for being here, sweetheart. I really appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. I hope I can do what you would need me to do.
I have no doubt, hon. I have no doubt. So, I guess first off, when you think of Dad, what are some of the things you think about in terms of like, his kindness or just him in general? What comes to your mind when you think of Dad?
Him in general?
Yeah.
Just this big old lug that was just a big old softy. A big old softy. I was probably, because your mom and dad moved down here when he started his freshman year. We had moved here to Cary in January of that same year. So we met at church. I was probably when we met, I was probably 13. So I was just a little kid. He was a big guy. And I don't know, your mom and dad just kind of fit right in with the family. Mom and dad kind of adopted him. He became like my big brother. I mean, I have a big brother, but Chuck's my other big brother. Always will be. just so many things I just can't even think. I tried to write some stuff down. Hopefully I won't get choked up. 'Cause it's special. Your folks spent a lot of time at our house, especially on Sunday afternoons, because Mom would cook, and your dad liked her cooking so much he'd eat, and then he'd roll around on the floor all afternoon and complain about how much he ate. They were, they're a big part of our life, and even though that you guys moved away when you were young, they moved down to Southern Pines for a little bit, that area, before going back to Ohio. We stayed in touch, and I think that's what's been good. People move away and you kind of lose touch, but we've always kind of stayed in touch. Maybe not every week, every day, but and Chuck was Chuck. He was always willing to help out anybody who needed it. At 13 years old, I didn't really know his history because I was 13. Mom and Dad knew it. I didn't know it till I was older. And when you met him, you would have never known of how he grew up because he never. And I think that's why the way he was. He knew how important it was to be good to others and to be kind and to do what you can to help folks out. He was always willing to help anybody out. I know, like I said, we met at church, and everybody at church loved him. And he was funny. He just has a presence about him. I don't even really know how to explain it.
So Karen, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Anybody that knew Dad knew that he was really good at woodworking. You could give the man a piece of wood and he could make you something that would blow your mind. So if my memory serves me right, you have something very special that Dad built for you.
I do, and I was getting to that part.
Okay. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to steal your thunder, darling.
No, it's fine. First off, he was very, very, very good at woodworking. Very good. He actually built cabinets for Mom in the kitchen.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Oh gosh, I wish I was at Mom and Dad's last weekend. I just didn't have time to try to dig up some pictures to find, but yeah, one whole side of the wall he made some cabinets for her. So because my mom likes dishes and Tupperware and all kinds of things like that. And so she was running out of place to put them. And so he made these cabinets for her that were they were great. They were super nice. But yes, for me personally, when I graduated from high school, and you were probably 2 at that point, he made me a cedar chest that, most people back in my day called them a hope chest. But that chest is so big that your mother said, "Good grief, Chuck, is she going to get buried in it?" Because it's big enough to hold me and probably a couple other people. And it stays full with all kinds of stuff. But it is a very beautiful cedar chest, solid cedar. I have a picture of me and you standing beside it when he gave it to me. And it's something that, that I'll always treasure. Nothing I expected. I had no idea. And I tell people, I show it to people and I go, Chuck made this for me. Chuck made this for me. Because we had that bond. I don't know, I know he had other siblings, but we were just pretty close. And I had a lot of fun with him doing things. I told your mom I wouldn't tell the whole story, but one time in particular, you were about 2, 3, you were talking. I think you were born talking, but it was your mom's birthday and he wanted to get her a watch. She wanted a watch that had the minute hand on it. He said, like what nurses wear so that they can, I don't know why that reference to him, but it was the one with the minute hand on it, so that they can count when they're taking your respiration, your heart rate or whatever. I was like, okay. So you and I and your dad went off to get your mom a birthday present, a watch. And we got home, your dad went to go put it away. And your mom said, where have y'all been? And you said, we got you a present, Mommy. And she said, really, what'd you get, Mommy? He goes, a watch. And I'll leave it there to say that your dad wasn't super excited that she had asked and you actually told him. So anyway, but, things like that, going to do stuff like that with him, with you, was a lot of fun. I know you had videos earlier of going, I don't remember the family's name that had the horses, and we went out to ride, and he took us out there with them. That was a lot of fun doing that. Another one of my favorite things that I can probably say most 15-year-old girls never had the chance to do, because I was your first babysitter, Chris, is one evening after babysitting, your dad was taking me home. Because like I said, I was 15, I couldn't drive, and they lived over here at E.S. King apartments, and we were in Cary. And so he was taking me home, and then he was going out with some of the guys afterwards. And guys, I mean football player guys. And I don't even remember what kind of car it was. I remember it was 2 doors, green with a black top, I believe. And I had to sit in the back seat with all of these football players. I had like this much room. And they were hooping and hollering the whole time. And I was just like, at 15, I was really in heaven, but I was thinking, oh my word, am I going to get home tonight? So a lot of fun times with your dad. A lot of things that I've heard that he has done since you guys lived in Ohio have just been amazing, but not surprising. Because he was always one to help out anybody he could. I know my family appreciated it. I appreciated it. He was just an all-around good guy. And I'll tell you, at the first home football game this year, I had a tough time. Thank goodness you texted me, because he used to text me during the football games after I started getting season tickets. And that was a lot of fun. Anytime, because I work in NC State, I work over at the vet school. When I'd get a chance before I started getting season tickets, I'd go to the game. I'd always be looking for 72, taking a picture and sending it to Chuck. I'm thinking of you all the time. And so this year it was rough. That first game, it got a little better. But he'll always be missed.
Karen, I can't tell you what it means to me, to Mom, Adam, everybody, that you not only took the time to be here today, but you and your husband John took the time to come up back in January. You made the drive to be there with us, and you guys will always be family. And like I said, we don't share the same DNA, but we love you guys.
Yeah.
So, Kara, thank you so much for taking the time today and just sharing a couple of memories about Dad. We won't talk about my singing ability at the age of 2 or 3 years old today. We'll save that for another day.
Yeah, your dad, and your dad. We can attribute your dad for some of that and some of the tricks that he would try to get you to do to me.
Hey, Karen.
That was the first thing that came to mind. That was always a struggle. But you know, it was fun. I will always miss him. And the morning you called me, that was hard. That was hard. And, you know, and I have to say for John, I looked at John and I said, he said, there's no question. Gotta go.
Care,
So,
sweetheart, thank you very much for
yep.
being here. I appreciate you.
Yeah. What you're doing, I think, is great. And I know it makes him happy.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Carol, I'll let you get back to it there. I love your background. There's one end zone in particular that will always be special to us. It's the one that's just right over your shoulder. And so
this first one,
that first one, yep. Or the one that's, yep, closest to you.
It's funny, as I take my oldest son to the football games now, because he's my football buddy, I tell him, I said, I wish you could have been here when we used to come to these games. You know, I said, because I was talking to your mom this year at homecoming about it. You know, the stadium is so different and everything was so different. And your dad was always, you know, as in these later years, was always complaining of talking about, you know, those guys, they don't know what it's like, what we had to deal with. We didn't have this, we didn't have that, you know, and all this. And it would just make me laugh. And I'm sitting here thinking about all the steps we used to have to climb down and go across and then climb back up to get to where we were going to sit. So, and that was another thing. Chuck loved the tailgating because we always had to save him the fried chicken so that after the game, he came out to the car and we had to wait for him to eat a little while and then we'd go home. So he was a good guy, full of love. And I'm thankful that he was my other brother.
Well, I'm thankful for you, Karen. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. And we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
All right. Love you.
Thanks, sweetheart. Love you too.
Right.
Bye-bye. Bye. Oh man, that lady right there, she is special. So what you see on the screen right now is the link to go and donate online. As I said, our goal today is to raise $6,500 more to make Stoney's Kindness Fund an endowed fund with the Community Foundation for Crawford County to help students in the Bucyrus City Schools. And our next guest, we kind of got thrown off a little bit, like I said, due to some technical issues. Our next guest that I want to bring on is the new superintendent for the Bucyrus City Schools, Mr. Bob Britton. Bob, thank you so much for taking some time with us. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but thank you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on, Chris. You can hear me okay, correct?
Absolutely. I can hear and see you perfectly. It's great.
Right.
It's
great.
We
had some technical issues last week. We were testing this out. I was getting a little nervous whether or not you'd be able to hear me again today. So,
yep, we are all good, Bob. So, Bob, part of the reason I wanted to bring you on today is one, you actually had the opportunity to work with Dad while he was an educator, and so I wanted to have you share that story. And then, once we talk about that, I really want to talk about what, Bucyrus kids, how you see this fund making an impact on Bucyrus students, and just have that, you and I have that conversation for just a few minutes, if that's okay.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
You having grown up in this area and going to Colonel Crawford, one of the county schools here, you always kind of paid attention to I did anyway, the athletes in the area. And I can remember your dad, being a good football player because you followed, all those people who were athletes before you, and you kind of wanted to follow in their footsteps. Fortunately, I was able to go play college basketball at Ohio Northern, went away for a while and did some coaching and teaching out of the area. My first job back in the area was at Colonel Crawford, my alma mater. It's probably one of those things that you never wanted to be back home again type thing. And I remember being a head coach and running into your dad one day at a track meet or at a football game. And I'm talking to him and he acted like he'd known me forever. And I'd only spoken to him a couple different times prior to that. And it was just, he just came into me, gave me a big handshake and a big hug and said, it's not that bad being back, is it, Bob? I said, no, it's not, Chuck. I said, it's kind of nice. And we stood and talked for probably 10 or 15 minutes at that track meet. And, every time I saw him after that, it was always a handshake and a big hug and how you doing, Bob? Or Bobby, he'd call me. because that was the nickname when I was growing up, was Bobby. And he said he'd followed me when I was going through some high school stuff, just keeping track of what's going on back in the papers. But I'll tell you, when I really got to know your dad was when I was working as a high school principal at Elgin. And when I was down as a high school principal at Elgin, our kids went to the Career Center at Tri Rivers in Marion. And your dad at that time was teaching the construction trades. And in particular, he was doing the carpentry type stuff. And I'll tell you, every time I'd go in there, I'd talk to your dad, and your dad would say, hey, if you got any kid that needs some help, you got any kid that needs some loving, any kid that needs to learn a trade, you send them on to me and I'll take care of them. And I mean, he wasn't kidding. I mean, we'd had some kids who were struggling in high school. And I found out they had a love of woodworking. They had a love of working with their hands. And I would try to get them into the construction trades classes, with your dad. And the great thing was I tried to get over to Tri Rivers at least once a month to meet with the kids from Elgin at the time, being the building principal, because I wanted them to make sure they felt a part of it. And one of the compliments that your dad gave me goes, it's nice seeing you here at Tri Rivers as much as you're here. The kids really talk about it. And he goes, you're doing some good things with those kids at Elgin. Keep it up. But not only that, but I would go into his classroom, made it a point to go see him every day because, with the Bucyrus connection, the Crawford County connection. And he was so proud of his kids in that woodworking class. He would bring different kids up to me every time I visited and would show me what they were learning and have them perform, not just show me, but perform, the construction or the woodworking skills that they had learned. So it was really kind of nice. And you could see him just swell up with pride and watching those kids do that work and do it very well and not be scared to talk to an adult, to be able to have a conversation and be very respectful and shake your hand and talk to you, looking you in the eyeball, and then those kids just being proud of the work that they had just done, and we're proud to show you that. Your dad never met a stranger that I know of. Every time I'd walk through the hallways in that building, it was always, hey, Mr. Stone, or Stoney, or whatever the kids would call him or teachers would call him. And everybody at Tri Rivers knew who he was. And he did a fantastic job in the construction trades with those kids and was very proud of the kids that turned out. And I know to this day, some of those kids from Elgin that went through construction trades still talk about him when I see him.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And that's, Bob, that's a side of Dad that, we as his kids, didn't get to see because obviously we were grown and gone. And, to hear the impact he was making on kids in the classroom, while not surprising, it's great to hear that, you could take, you had the confidence when you found some kids that were really struggling, but they liked that carpentry aspect or working with their hands, that you could say, hey, let's go visit, the construction trades. So thank you for sharing that. I think, Bob, as we move forward, I really want to spend some time, the duration of what time we have together, talking about the Kindness Fund and talking about the need that exists in Bucyrus.
Oh, absolutely. Right now Bucyrus is a town that it struggles a little bit. We have about a 70 to 80% free and reduced population for lunch here in the city. And we have some kids that have a rough background, have a rough go of it. And a lot of times we spend an inordinate amount of time dealing with issues that are somewhat out of our control. One thing we try to tell the kids in what we're trying to change culture is, there's two things that you can control. One is effort and one is attitude. Those are the two things you can control every day. Everything else somewhat comes out of your control. So if you give good effort and you have a great attitude, it's going to be fantastic. And I think with this fund, what we're seeing and what you and your mom, have established and the family's established is you're recognizing those children, recognizing those students who are going, I don't want to say above and beyond, but are being recognized and noticed for those soft skills, helping their fellow students, helping teachers, being kind, noticing students who may not be recognized, you may have a student off to the side that not a whole lot of people pay attention to, and we'll have students now that are going up and talking to these kids, trying to get those kids involved, trying to get them to feel more welcome within the school district, within the school building. It's something that's helping out our culture, and I know that our kids right now, that have been recognized so far, man, all they want to know is, hey, when's the board meeting? When am I getting recognized? When am I getting my shirt? When am I, you know what I mean? It's pretty cool. And it's getting to the other kids when they're wearing their shirts to schools. Hey, where'd you get that shirt? I kind of like that shirt. So it's rubbing off onto some of the other kids in the district, and we're seeing that right now.
That's great that those kids, and what Bob's talking about, folks, is Stoney's Kind Kids, which is another program that we as a family started as another means for just us personally as a family to give something back, and show kids that what, it's cool to be kind to other people. And I think that's a message that that we need, not just in the schools, but I think we also need just in the world in general, is that kindness and empathy are things that are dear, are needed so badly. Um, Bob, you touched on the free and reduced population in the city, and I just want to talk about that for just a minute.
Sure.
Some people may not be well versed in what that exactly means. Free and reduced lunch. What does that equate to in terms of family? So, could you take just a few minutes and talk about what is it that defines free and reduced meals?
Sure. There's a federal calculation that we get every year that determines whether or not the family qualifies for a free lunch. And it's based on poverty level. It's based on the amount of money that you make for the number of people that are in a household. And right now, like I said, we have a 70 to 80% free and reduced population. And that just equates to, we have a lot of people in here living at that poverty line or below in this town. And I don't know that's any fault of anyone's, other than the way that the economy has gone over the course of the last couple of years. And we now have a major manufacturer who's leaving the community here soon, which is going to impact another 1 to 200 families. So that allows us the ability as a school district to provide those students with a free breakfast we will provide free breakfast every day for every student, but a free lunch or reduced lunch for those students that are in need. Part of what we do as well is we have a backpack program. We are able to send some food home over the weekend for the kids who are in the greatest of need. So they have something to eat over the weekend. With the kindness fund and what this could possibly do for our students, I think is going to be tremendous as we move into the future.
Awesome. Well, Bob, before we sign off here in terms of your segment, is there anything, any final words you'd like to share with folks, as they're watching this either live or played back, who may be sitting here going, man, I don't know, maybe I do need to give. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Well, this is something that, as you said before, the vitriol and the language and the attitude over the course of the last 6 or 7 years has gotten to the point where you can't have a conversation with anybody without it turned into an argument, especially if they don't agree with you. We've lost that civilness between people. With donations to this fund, it'll help us continue to change the culture and at this school district, which I hope is a small step in the greater good of Crawford County and the state of Ohio, to develop programs that are going to teach our kids how to interact with one another on a more civil level. It's your dad. I never saw him get mad at a person. I never saw him lose his temper. Obviously, I didn't grow up in the household, because I'm sure you did a few things as a young kid that might have.
No, not me, Bob. Not me. Nope.
But your dad to me was the epitome of someone who would bend over backwards to help someone else out. And I think this is something that he would fully back, if he were still here today. And I miss him.
We do too, Bob. And thank you so much. Again, I know you've got a very busy calendar, and I appreciate your patience working through our technical issues. And again, thank you for your time. And hopefully by the end of the day, I'll be able to shoot you a text message and let you know that, hey, we hit that endowed fund level. Let's go.
That'd be awesome. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. Thanks to family too. Thanks your mom. All right.
All right, we'll do. Thanks, Bob. Take care.
See
Bye-bye.
you.
That was the superintendent for Bucyrus City Schools, Bob Britton. He talked about coaching basketball. I actually played against some of Bob's teams that he coached, and just a great man. Couldn't think of anybody better to be leading the alma mater of me, my mom, my dad, and my brother than Bob Britton. So, Bob, thank you again for your time. Our next guest, we're just going to keep right on rolling with guests. We've got three in right now waiting. I'm going to bring on, we're kind of in that flare of Bucyrus City Schools. And so what I'd like to do is bring in the district's social workers, Beth Constantine and Marie Stuckman. Ladies, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
We're good.
Good.
Well,
It's good to see you both. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes with me today to talk about, Stoney's Kindness Fund. And I guess just to kind of to kick things off, can you give folks an idea who maybe aren't tied with the district, who may be listening or watching from, North Carolina or anywhere else, anywhere in Ohio other than Bucyrus? Can you give them an idea of what you guys do and how you help students every day?
well, Marie's the queen, so we'll let her go first.
Not the queen, but so I'm at the elementary, and our needs are greatly different than middle and high. We have the littles. So we work with the families of the struggling students, and also trying to fill needs that they don't have the ability to do. So that means tapping into community resources. A lot of times it could be a transportation issue, could be, homelessness. We have that in our buildings, both of us have that in our buildings, and connecting them up with different services to help them get established, get them in school for one thing, and provide the kids with the supplies and things that they need their families can't provide for them. Obviously, the backpack program we're both involved with and have been for a great many years, hooking them up with food for the weekend and distributing that to our students. So basically, and even just talking, we do a lot of talking with kids and trying to help them through their struggles, home situations. And I heard Mr. Britton say a lot of the things that, sure, academics are important, but when they're struggling at home with family situations that, really we can't do anything about, but listen to the children and try to help them put it in a place so they can get through their day. We do a lot of that. And we're not miracle workers, believe me, but we do listen, and we do try to help them and give them some time out of the classroom so they can regroup and go back and learn.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say at the secondary school, I say at the elementary school, I think Marie has a very physical job. There's the littler people, I say bigger needs, a lot of physical needs that they have. I agree with a lot of what Marie said. A lot of my day is spent talking one-on-one with students or their families, kind of trying to troubleshoot different areas of their day, whether it be something here at school, something that's going on at home, anything resource-wise that I can do that can help a family. It's that time of year where a lot of kiddos don't have coats. So we have a very, very generous community and an amazingly generous staff who, if they know there's a need, if we put out an all call, we get coats, we get socks, we get underwear,
shoes,
you name it. We can always use more, but we are very, very fortunate that we have some generous donors that help us with those kinds of things. School supplies also. I know, Marie, especially, you work with the local church that's right there near you. They provide a lot of those things for you guys.
We share.
We do. It's amazing how helpful it is, because of course we share families, And like if I have a high school student that perhaps is having a difficult day, if I know there's a younger sibling at the elementary school or something, I can call Marie and say, hey, what are you seeing? Are you seeing that maybe this family could use some assistance? We can kind of put our heads together and figure those situations out. We do a lot of community referrals to different agencies in town. We work very closely with community counseling, Affinity Health Works, Family Life and Galleon for different mental health services. Really, I can't think of a need that a child has that Marie and I would not try to address with a lot of help from our school fellow staff and employees around us. I know that I feel very, very fortunate that Bucyrus City Schools many years ago saw a need for social workers in their buildings. Marie has been here longer than I have. They saw that she couldn't do it alone, so they brought on somebody else. I was fortunate enough to be that person, one of those people. And it's very much needed in our district, and we do our best every day to fill the needs of our students and their families.
Some things that people in the community probably don't realize, especially at the elementary level, which I'm saying we have the littles. So our nurse, Jackie Shell, is amazing. And we're very fortunate that we have nurses in our
Yes.
buildings full time now, because that wasn't always the case.
Correct.
But we do have that now. But she does laundry every single day.
Really?
And you're saying laundry at this school. We have 2 washers and 2 dryers in our building. And I know you have them here also, and which would be a little bit different. But we we do laundry. And so we have a different people come to us both at different times and say, what do you need? And when I say, well, we need laundry soap, and she said, for what? Well, we do. And we've gotten a supply of it this year. And I know Jackie, simple things like a bottle of water when she has a student down in the clinic and they're got the cold, or we have diabetics in our building that need that too. So she has a supply of bottles of water in the clinic that she uses. I mean, things from that you wouldn't think about needing. I can't tell you how many coats already this year that I have given out. I'm sure you have also. And I just went down to our lovely basement storage to see how many coats, because I had a substitute come to me yesterday and said that her parents wanted to do something at Christmas. So they're going to provide coats. And I just went down to see what we had, and we have very little girls' coats, because I think I've given more of those away already this year. We're November. And hats and gloves, we have lots, because we've had many donations over the years, but we have those too. Just simple things that you're thinking a school does that. We have a wonderful clothing closet that jeans, t-shirts, like you said, socks and underwear, shoes. We had an organization who had provided us with gift cards that we share, and we've been able to go to Walmart and buy shoes and keep them in the clinic, especially when it gets slushy and wet. Kids come in, they walk to school, and their feet are soaking wet when they get there. So you change them out and dry their shoes and get them ready for the end of the day. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that people don't realize, because they think they're sending their kids to go to school to learn. But there's a lot of things. If you're sitting in wet clothes, you can't learn.
Don't care about math.
Don't care about math.
Yeah.
Or any subject for that matter. And I think
right.
I think what's important, and this was something, because of how Dad grew up, the challenges he faced being one of those kids that, didn't have good personal hygiene, whose clothes weren't clean every day, who, his belt in high school was a rope. Having that experience, Dad was able, and Mom both were able to help Adam and I have an understanding that we're pretty darn lucky, to have the things that we have. And I think there are a lot of people, and you mentioned homelessness. I thought I had known that there were homelessness homeless issues, but I didn't fully know it until you mentioned it here. And I think it's important for people to understand there is a lot of challenges that go on in these kids' lives that you'll never see, you'll never know
Yeah.
about, right? And um, I think that's where the kindness, one, just be kind to everybody, right? Because you never know what that person's going through on that day. But I think, I would like you guys to kind of talk about how you see, once we get this kindness fund endowed and we're able to start sending money to the schools, how do you see that making an impact, not only on the kids, but helping you guys to fulfill, you know, to helping you guys do your job?
I think a lot of times a very specific need, like as we've already said, a lot of the basics we can cover,
Yeah.
clothing items, shoes, things like that. Um, if we had a fund available to us with a lot of flexibility and discretion that we could use uh, for these very specific situations that come up. I have a young lady, well, this has happened more than once. It's not just a one-time thing. We have had high school students, I'll just say, who, let's say, very much would like to be employed, very much they're employable students and they would like to have a job in our community. You know, they don't have a copy of their birth certificate. That
Oh,
costs
yeah,
money.
run into
They don't
that.
have the gas money to get to where they need to go to get those items. That costs money. Those are the things that Marie and I don't have. We don't
Right.
have access that we can say, here's a gas card, here's a gift card. Yes, go get that, and we can send the, $20 for your birth certificate copy or whatever. Things like that, little things that aren't necessarily hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars, but it might as well be to some individuals because they don't have it and we don't have it to give them. That's just kind of one example that I thought of. I don't know if you had anything.
No, that's true. And just as that, we had during parent teacher conferences, there was a first grader's family who talked with the teacher, and it was something simple like they would like to get him into Cub Scouts. And I think I've talked to you about that, but
You
it
did.
hasn't gone any further. But something simple like that would be impactful to a student to be involved in another group or around other kids in a positive way is another thing also. So, because, um, there's so many different situations, which right now I can't think of one in particular
Right.
that come up that well, like you said too, we do reach out to staff members and
Yes.
sometimes with a specific need and they'll
Yes.
help with that.
Yeah. A mattress. Sometimes,
Oh gosh, we've done that so many
mattresses.
times.
We're constantly asking our staff members for mattresses.
Kids are sleeping on the floor or
Yeah, and I think that's really it, Chris. When I think of how this fund could just so wonderfully benefit our students, we don't have a list of here's what we need for our kids. Here's what it is. But I can tell you that on a weekly basis, we have needs from our students and families that we go, how are we going to do this? Like how, if we could only do this and hopefully with the generosity of this fund, it will, close some of those barriers.
Well, we're almost there, ladies. We are
That's
we are
awesome.
getting we
We're
are getting
excited.
closer, because as I said when we started this and when we've talked about it, from I want to say the time we first met, our goal is to make this an endowment fund so that way it outlives us, and more importantly, it helps generations of Bucyrus students and those individuals who are going to follow in your footsteps as the next generation of social workers, right? To be able to fill those needs. And I think it's interesting because, Marie, I remember the email you sent about the Cub Scout uniform or being in Cub Scouts. When Dad was in the children's home, he was in Boy Scouts. And, he got to see the Grand Tetons and did all this stuff as part of the Boy Scouts. So listen, as soon as we can get this done, it's, and I think mom said it to you guys too. We don't want, we want this to be at your discretion, right? We just want to be able to say, hey, here's a pot of money. We trust you guys. We know you guys. We trust you guys. Take care of the kids. You know,
We
for,
try.
Dream come true. Yes.
for those who,
Great.
you know, ultimately, you know, at first it's just going to be a little bit, but
Yeah.
believe me when I tell you, my goal is that one day, hopefully before they put me, you know, in the ground, that there will be a phone call coming back to the community foundation from the district going, we have too much. We can't spend it all. What do we do with it?
Yep.
Because to me, that's when you know you've truly met the need of every kid. And so, you know, ladies, before I let you go, because we've got two more guests waiting to come on here live, are there any final thoughts that you would like to share with folks who are watching this or listening to us?
I just want to say thank you to all the groups and the organizations that have helped us and that continue to help us without wanting anything. They don't even want to be recognized. They just do it year after year. And just as I said, one of the teachers' parents said, you know, what do you need? I mean, and you know, I just thought of something else. Now that we're back to paying for lunches, that always seems to be an issue too for some of these families. They don't, you know, they might miss free and reduced, and it could be $1 that they're missing it by. And so to have that where you could say, you don't have to worry about it, we will get it all covered. Simple things like that. So I just want to say thank you to everybody in our community, because we do, and our staff that have helped us always.
Yes.
We always know they're there. So
Yes.
thank you to them.
Yes.
And you
Absolutely.
guys.
Yes. Thank you guys too. We appreciate it. Marie and I mean, we don't do this alone at all. We're just kind of the hands and the feet of the generosity that we see in our district every single day. I'm very proud of our district staff. I'm very, very, very proud of our staff. They go above and beyond. When I first started, teachers used to say, you know, I'm not a social worker, but they are. They are. And they kind of know that now. I mean, there's just so many needs that need to be met. They are. They're on the team with us for sure. And they're amazing. And thank you to you and your family. We appreciate all the support. You've supported us in the past and years, I know, with everything from lice kits to, I don't know, all kinds of things.
About that.
Yes.
True.
Oh my gosh. So you've always stepped up when there's been a need also, and we thank you for that.
Well, you're very welcome. It's the least that we can do for, you know, a district that helped shape us through helping shape our dad. So, listen, you guys, we appreciate you both, from, you know, being here to talk about the fund to the work you're doing to help us with the Kind Kids program. I know it's been a little bit disheveled in terms of some of the things behind the scenes, but thank you both so much for, you know, that. I know it's just, it to some people it would seem like just one more thing, but to you guys, you see what we're trying to do. And I so appreciate you guys just grabbing this program and saying, let's go, let's do this. So thank you both so much. I'm sure we will be in touch. And as I told Bob, as soon as we hit that 25,000 and we're able to get you guys some money, you're going to get an email from me telling you, we got it. Let's go.
Sounds great.
So
Sounds
thank
great.
you both. Thank you both so much. Have a great day. And I know it's a short run here to Christmas, to the big holiday season.
We got this.
That's right. Take care, guys. Thank you so much.
All righty.
Bye-bye. I don't know what else to say when you hear the needs that exist right from the people who are dealing with, you know, who are working with and trying to help the students. It's incredible. We're going to keep right on rolling. Our next guest I want to bring in is a gentleman that pretty darn close to Dad. He was one of Dad's former players when Dad coached football. This gentleman, great friend, Aaron James. AJ, you there, bud? Uh-oh. Let's see. We're having some audio issues, buddy. There it is. Hey, bud.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, AJ?
I'm doing great.
Good. It's good to see you, bud. I hear you're out of town for the week.
I am. I'm recuperating from some surgery. I'm getting some R&R in.
Good for you, man. I hope hopefully it's going well. So,
It is. Thank you.
yep. So thanks for being here this morning. I really appreciate it. You know, Dad coached a lot of guys during their high school careers, whether it was football or track, but there were a few like you and Chip and Big Ed that really the relationship extended beyond the time that you guys played for Dad and he coached you. And so I wanted you to come on and talk about, some of your favorite memories about Dad, whether it's from your time coaching or from his time coaching, excuse me, to later years as an adult, if you will. Because let's face it, Dad could be an adult when he needed to, but boy, he sure loved being a kid too.
He sure did. Well, it's kind of interesting, we didn't have social media back then, and I'd heard about your dad. I was going to be the next your dad. I was a good football player, a good track person at Bucyrus, and the first time I remember seeing your dad, I was a freshman in high school at wrestling practice, and your dad was working out in the gym with Coach Sturgeon. The USFL had just started, and he was going to try out to play football again. So that probably would have been 82, 83-ish.
Yeah.
I graduated in 87. So that was the first time I saw the Gentle Giant, was working out with Coach Sturgeon, doing line drills down in the basketball thing. The wrestling practice was up there behind the bleachers at Bucyrus, and that was the first time I saw your dad.
That's awesome. I didn't know that Coach Sturgeon worked him out, so he could try to make it back to the USFL. So you saw him there as a freshman, and then he ended up on the sidelines.
And I got to know him. He would have been my offensive line coach my sophomore year, and a lot of things that I feel kind of sorry for kids, because I know sports is in a decline, but you talk about accountability, you talk about integrity, you talk about respect, leadership, ambition, and being part of a brotherhood. You learn all that stuff in sports, and then you actually learn what it means when you get older, but you start doing it when you're young and you don't realize you're doing that stuff. And that's part of being a coach and a teacher, and your dad loved that, and he was every part of that.
Absolutely. So, AJ, you had done something special a while back. You had made a donation of a piece of equipment for the weight room at Bucyrus. It was like a hand. I don't remember what the name of it was, but I remember you being there, and I remember the look on my dad's face standing next to you. It was a look of pride that not only did you give back to the schools and back to the football program, but you did it because you had people who made an impact on you. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I was fortunate enough to work with Anthony Schlegel at the Difference USA and do some marketing campaigns for him as kind of a freelance job for me. And what he developed when he worked at Ohio State was called the Difference. It's a hand striking machine. And part of that is I wanted to donate, that piece of equipment to, the high school. I wanted to give back, and, I wanted to give back to the two people that were really instrumental to me, which was your dad and Coach Roddy.
Awesome. Yeah, I know that, like I said, that picture popped up the other day on my memories, and seeing you and Dad standing next to one another, both of you, just mountain of men. Each of you are a mountain of a man.
I always thought I was about a half an inch taller than him, but he always kept that hair kind of long, so I could never see.
He did. Absolutely.
The other part that was really interesting to me always, Chris, is, I was my senior year, I was really close to breaking his shot put record, and I didn't do it. I threw a couple times, I hit 56 feet a couple times, but they were practice throws. I never got it done in a meet, and never broke his record. but he was always encouraging me. He was, go get it. It's yours. I don't want my name up there anymore. He always encouraged me. The other parts that were neat was I think he had a sense of, sports was one thing, but he was more worried about you as a person. I know there were some times in high school that I think I was going to get into some trouble on the weekends, and then all of a sudden, he gives me a sad story that I need to come watch you and Adam because him and Sandy had to go do something. And I know half of those times weren't just because he wanted a babysitter. I know half of those times were, back in the day, I was probably getting into a little bit too much trouble, and he just wanted to make sure that I was sitting over at his house on a Saturday night watching you guys, just trying to keep me grounded a little bit sometimes. And then, then the relationship built from there. He was a teacher, a coach, and just all kinds of good stuff.
And I think, I think you could also count him after you got out of school and really through the time, that he passed. I think you could also count him as a friend, AJ.
Oh, definitely. The stuff, he was never a name dropper. He never talked about doing the things that he did in sports. But, when I was a junior, he took two of the best offensive linemen that year. Chris Dietrichs was having contract issues with the Lions. So part of our reward is being the best two linemen that year. Your dad and your mom took us up to, Detroit to hang out with Chris for the weekend and go see a Lions game. We got to go meet the Lions players and families on an event the night before, hang out with them. We got to go sit in the players section on the thing. Your dad could have name dropped me more than any person I ever knew and was always humble about that. I never knew he made it up to the last cut of the Miami Dolphins until other people told me. That just wasn't who he was. Yeah. He had the accolades and did the things and never won the recognition,
Offensive lineman's mentality. Pack your lunch, do your job, and go home.
Yeah.
So, AJ,
I know he was part of the Wolf Pack and played for NC State, but sometimes I think he was always a Buckeye at heart, and had the Woody mentality to pay it forward, and that's what I hope people come away with today, is that sports is one thing, it's great, but the characteristics and stuff, life is all about relationships, and if you take the time to pay it forward and donate to the fund and do the things to the other guests I've heard that you've had on, the need goes a lot greater than sports. And my relationship started with sports and ended up being a friendship and a brotherhood.
Awesome, AJ. Well, we've got just a minute or two left here, and I wonder, is there any closing thoughts you'd like to share, with those who are listening to us today?
Just take the time to get involved. If you're proud and happy about your community, do that stuff. Help the people around you. I've been so blessed and been able to do that. And sometimes I feel, we were talking the other day, we need to get a Pancake with Pops program running up there and doing something that, just sometimes life gets in the way, you get busy, but an easy way to do that is, get out a credit card and don't go out to dinner or have some coffee for a few days and throw a couple bucks, everybody pitching in makes a huge difference. But take this time to celebrate the little wins and the successes and do that stuff. And your dad did that for a lot of people, and it's just an honor to be able to do the same for him.
Well, thank you, AJ. We appreciate that. We appreciate your friendship. And as we talked about, I will be in contact with you to start the Pappy's Pancakes or Pancakes with Pappy type deal. I definitely
I can't wait to be behind that griddle with you and the other guys and just being a part of the community and saying, hey, this is Bucyrus, Ohio. We might not have always chose it. That's where we grew up at. Where we lived, where we did our stuff. Let's make the best of it and embrace everybody around us and, show that kindness like your dad did.
Absolutely, AJ. Well, listen, buddy, hopefully your recovery is quick and you get back to full speed, and we'll be in touch here soon, probably after the holidays to start working through that idea. Okay, bud?
I appreciate it, Chris. All my best to you and Sandy and Adam. You guys are doing great.
Thanks, AJ. We appreciate you, bud. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You know, Dad had the opportunity to coach with, or to coach some kids that, did some amazing things. And I think probably, I hope and mom's listening, I hope that the friendships that formed out of that with Dad, with those guys he coached, and like I said, I can just talk about AJ, Big Ed, and Chip, because they were around all the time. But I know that there are others, that really looked up to Dad, that he coached, and he counted on, or that, counted him as a friend. So we're going to keep right on going, because we have another individual who is, one, he's a great man, but two, he's also a great friend to Dad and our family. I want to bring on John Bean. John was the principal at the high school, I believe. And John, correct me if I'm wrong. You were the principal at the high school while Dad was coaching football, correct?
Yeah, during part of that time, yes.
Yep. And over the course of the years, the friendship between John and Dad just kind of grew from that initial meet. So, John, first of all, thank you for your patience today. I know we had put a schedule together and didn't exactly keep to it because of technical issues, but I appreciate your patience and you being here today. And I wonder if you could just share, one or two of your favorite memories about Dad with those who are here today with us.
Yeah, I guess first of all, one of the things I noticed in your broadcast, Chuck, that was interesting was your North Carolina State Stadium in the background. And I've got a nephew who lives and works down in Rollsville, North Carolina, who's a huge Wolfpack fan. So I'm going to make sure he sees this afterwards. I know that there are. So he's in a family of OSU fans, but Jim stands alone as an NC State fan. So good for him.
You're a good man, Jim.
Our family's relocation to Bucyrus in Chuck and Sandy and your families coming back to Bucyrus kind of happened about the same time in around the 76, 77 period. I was a teacher and a coach at that time, and actually had Chuck's younger brother Estel, as one of my students. So I didn't really know Chuck at that time, but I'd heard so much about him, the respectful stories from the other faculty and coaches, people around Bucyrus, the new Chuck. So I was really looking forward to meeting this guy, and it happened early. But I, just in reflection, I'm thinking, and when I think back, Chuck's life story, and in the Bucyrus High School that I entered into back in 1976, I think there were a lot of similarities at that time. Chuck didn't have life easy early on, but the only thing that stood between his talent, which was obviously extensive, and a successful future, was confidence. When I think back to the time when I came into Bucyrus, and particularly in the athletic life of Bucyrus High School at that time, they'd had a rough time of it, but some fantastic young men and women at that time. And the only thing that really stood between them and future success, I felt like, was the confidence in the feeling that they could. I think I've always kind of believed that there's that one significant adult in a life of any young person can make a huge difference and turn around a life from, in a direction. I think for your dad, that might have been your mom. As I remember, I think Sandy was the one that said, "You're not going to turn down that scholarship. You're packing up and you're going." And I think that was a big turning point in Chuck in developing his confidence that his skills far exceeded his football playing skills, but he had so many other ones. And I feel like the same way happened with the Bucyrus community over the time that I was involved there. It wasn't one person, it was many people, parents, adults, interested people, coaches, teachers, who helped, the student body of Bucyrus understand, hey, you know what, the only thing standing between you and the future is your outlook on life. And so I, Chuck's, you follow your family obviously, learned that lesson too, because It's been really interesting because of what you're doing with this kindness fund. It's been really interesting to listen to the social workers and Bob Britton talk about the state of Bucyrus City Schools today, and as someone who spent some considerable years employed by that district and still considers himself a Redmond, I'm just really proud of what they're doing. Working with the underdog kids that every school district has, that every community has, as well as the kids that aren't underdog. I learned much from Chuck over his legacy, and I think one of the most important things in our society today that we're missing, I think Bob said it well, is that civility, ability to talk with people, to understand that we sometimes can have differences of opinions, but we don't have to have divisions. We can still treat each other with kindness. And the fact that you're recognizing young people who already understand that, in the school system, recognizing them. These aren't always the kids that are necessarily going to be the athletic stars or the academic stars. They're everyday people like I was when I went to school. I was not a star, but someone's recognizing these young people for one of the most important life attributes that they can possibly do, and to do that in the name of Chuck, I think is just phenomenal. That was Chuck Stone. He's known for his woodworking skills. He was known for his coaching, but I can tell you as a principal, there were a number of times when I had students that were struggling with one issue or another that I could call Chuck, say, Chuck, I got a young person I want you to talk to. And he had just a phenomenal way of connecting, and he did it many times for me without, no credit, no anything else, just did it because it was the right thing to do. And I think this program continues that kind of thing. So that was my long-winded.
That was perfect, John. I know you were a part of the community foundation when you were here.
Yes.
You served on the board. I believe you were past board president, correct?
Yes.
And not just for our fund, but for all the funds that are under the management of the community foundation for Crawford County. Talk about the importance of giving back, and again, this is not so much promoting our fund, right? But more promoting the idea of giving and the entire sort of picture of the community foundation. So if you could talk about the importance of giving and how that can impact the community, I think that would be great.
Yeah. Well, I guess first of all, one of the things that I've said before is I think the only thing missing from Bucyrus is it doesn't recognize or realize really how good a place that is. My office is I'm in Worthington right now. It's where I work, but choose to live in Bucyrus. Years ago, when I had an office up in Rochester Hills, Michigan, which was a very kind of a swanky area north of Detroit. Remember one of the people up there asking me, he said, "Oh, you don't live here, you live in Bucyrus, Ohio. That must be a real special place." And I think what he was thinking about was in terms of wealth. And my answer was, yes, it is. And I would say in terms of wealth, not in terms of necessarily dollar wealth, but in terms of the wealth of the character of the people. And the community foundation, a number of other places, the hospital foundation, the faith community of Bucyrus, so many ways that we can exhibit, ways that we can help continue to build that community. Special people there. I've never regretted to move. We moved to Bucyrus back in 1976. It was for a coaching and a teaching position. But at the time, the decision came in our lives, knowing that I was not going to coach forever, but wanted to live in a community where it'd be a good place to raise our children. And I've always felt that way. Got two daughters. I think both of them are babysitters for you guys.
Oh, Amy was. Elizabeth and I are the same age, but
Elizabeth,
Amy was
the same age. Well, it's a good thing she didn't babysit for you then.
Right, exactly.
No temptation there.
Right.
But our families have connected. But the community foundation is one great way of doing this. It has done so much for the community from its early roots. Remember way back in the John Bridges day, and then my predecessor that it was also a great mentor to me was Jim Pry, and I think his vision for what this could become is was just wonderful. And I would just encourage all of us to give as much as we can, whatever we can, to this organization that supports this great community of Bucyrus.
Awesome, John. Well, I know we've talked about doing some things, offline. You and I had a meeting, and I definitely want to sit down again with you and see how we can work together, to expand some of the things that we're doing. I love some of your ideas, and so, but for today, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you, your patience and your time and in being here to talk with us about Dad, the importance of giving. And I want you to know that we as a family appreciate the friendship that our families have enjoyed over the years. And, the one story we talked about was the little cottage up on the lake that
Oh,
you,
yeah.
I can remember going up there, and Dad doing some work for you guys. And I never realized it until we talked. But I believe you told me that Dad didn't want any, he just wanted to be able to come up and fish.
You're right, Dad. I told him we had, along with a couple school employees, the Provost family and the Barker's family, we had bought a cottage together way back in the day when we could do that. And facing the lake was a garage, and we looked at that and thought, we need to make that into. We want to be looking at the lake, so we needed to put some windows into the wall of that garage and turn it into more of a family room. And so let's just say that I am, not gifted when it comes to mechanical things. Challenged. I am challenged in that area. I didn't have that. So I talked to Chuck, and the only thing he would charge us at that time was for the materials. But he came up, and I think you might have even been helping with that, and tore that wall out and put windows in up there for us so we could face that lake. And wouldn't take any extra money. Just wanted the windows to be paid for. And all I wanted was a place he could come and fish. And I said, "Hey, you've got it anytime you want." I think all of us appreciated that.
That's awesome. I have memories of coming up there, and while he was working, you guys had there was a little walkway, a little dock that we could walk out on, and getting excited because we would catch a shovel head or just any sheephead. Yeah, anything that would bite the hook, we got excited for. So.
That cottage is still up there, and you guys are still welcome. You know that.
Well, thank you. Believe me, this spring I'll be in touch to take my kids up and do some fishing.
That'd be wonderful. We'd love it.
Sure.
They can play with our grandkids.
Awesome. Well, John, again, thank you so much for the time. Please give Linda and all of your family our best for the holidays, and I'll be in touch soon. Okay.
Okay. It's good talking to you.
You too, John. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Bye-bye. Again, just, we're sharing these stories because I think it's important for people who are considering making a donation to Stoney's Kindness Fund to understand that Dad truly was a kind man. He didn't, just as John mentioned, he would take the skills and the talents that he had from his trade, his stock and trade of being a carpenter and a woodworker. And for his friends, he would do things and not expect any payment. And so, as I stated before, and I'm going to keep saying, today is about sharing stories, but today is also about raising money. Today is about, getting us to that $25,000 mark and, being able to, get a hold of Marie and Beth and Bob and say, guys, we did it. Now we can start really doing a lot to help the kids in the Bucyrus City Schools. So up next is going to be a couple of videos. One is an interview with another one of Dad's brothers in arms from his time at North Carolina State. Jim Richer, he was Jim was probably one of the best football players that I've ever had the opportunity to be around. But the thing about Jim is he is such a kind man, so very giving, and I had the opportunity to spend some time with him and mom and my kids as well. My kids got to meet him and his wife and their grandkids, and in spending time with Jim, it just reminds me of it reminds me that the circle of people that you surround yourself with is so important. And I look at Uncle Dave, I look at Jim. We're going to have some stories from some other guys too that Dad played with. These men that Dad called brothers, that he, between the lines, he would bleed for, he would die for. But outside the lines, off the football field, these guys were his brothers. They were his family, and they were good. They're good men, and I think that has a lot to do with why my dad was such a good man, is because he surrounded himself with some of the best men that I have ever known. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play Jim's video, and then after Jim's video, we're going to have a recording that we did with Todd Schneider, who was Dad's principal during his final teaching job at Withrow Academy in the Marion City Schools. Todd's got some fun stories to share, and I think it's one that I think those are some stories that need to be retold. So here's Jim.
I was saying, you couldn't think about Chuck without thinking about Sandy also. They were just so much in love, and I think everything he did for I was saying, you couldn't think about Chuck without thinking about Sandy also. They were just so much in love, and I think everything he did for her. I think she was always on the top of his mind. And the thing I admired most about them is that, I know they didn't have much when they were here at NC State, but it was like, they were the richest people I knew, because they were the most open people. They were always having you over for dinner, or you might mention, I couldn't do this or I couldn't do that, and they were the first to rush to try to get you whatever you needed. They were just the finest people that you could ever imagine. They just took care of people like you were their own, like you belonged to their family, and that's the way everyone felt around them. That he loved all his teammates. Sandy, would cook for anybody, and I needed a ride home to Ohio one time, and they were the first ones to, hey, you can come with us, and they had packed up for the I guess for the summer, and there wasn't a lot of room, but they made room for me to get in and come back with them.
So I know that when you were in your career, there were some times that you came to Bucyrus.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about that interaction with Dad when you get first time you came back and you saw him running this football camp? What did you think when you saw that?
Well, just an extenuation of what he was in college. Just always giving. He had this football camp, and it wasn't to make money. It wasn't anything but to give to the community, and asked if I would come and help him. And of course, how could you not, after all, that he had done for me and for everyone here.
Yeah. And you shared the memory of driving back to Ohio with Mom and Dad. What are maybe one or two other memories you have? They can be football related, non-football related, of Dad that, a lot of people may not know.
Well, he was very serious on the football field, but pretty much anything but serious off the football field. So, I think that's why they called him Chuckles a lot of times, because he would just chuckle about everything. It seemed like he was just a joyous person. He had a joyous heart about him, and he saw things funny in a lot of different ways, and he just enjoyed life. And I can really appreciate that, someone that just enjoyed, the things he did, whether it was football or not. But when he was on the football field, like I said, he was very serious. He wasn't a lot of laughing out on the football field, and unless we were winning and way ahead or something, then he might crack a smile.
So, he's got younger grandkids that unfortunately, they're not going to get to know him the way that, my grandkids or my kids are getting to know him, or, even the way your grandkids are so fortunate to get to know you.
Mm-hmm.
If you could tell his youngest grandkids, like one thing to remember about their grandkids,
Mm-hmm.
what would it be?
Well, I heard you say it today. You never know what someone's going through, so be kind to everyone. And I think what an important thing to say to people. You don't know what people are going through, and we should be kind to everyone we meet anyways. We don't know anything about them, so why not be kind and always think the best of people. We shouldn't come to them with, thinking they have bad intentions. We should be kind to them and just like Chuck would, make them laugh about something.
Chuckles. A lot of people call Dad Chuckles. Want to bring Mom in for just a few minutes while we get ready to hear from Todd. Hi, Mom.
Hey, Chris.
How are you?
I'm all right. You're doing a nice job.
Well, thanks, Mom. Hey, so it was interesting because Jim talked about, and David talked about it too. When you guys were at NC State, you guys would give rides to the guys that lived up here in Ohio if they needed it. Talk about that a little bit.
It was it's just what we did, Chris. I mean, if somebody needed a ride, we're going to throw them in the car. And what Jim said was true. There might not be a whole lot of room for anybody. I remember one Christmas, we were bringing Jim back. We were bringing Jim to Ohio for Christmas, and we had our cat in the car. And I mean, we were supposed to have a cat at the time, and that cat's climbing all over Jim's shoulders and stuff. But I'm sure that was quite a memorable ride for him. But I mean, it's just what you do. If somebody needs, a ride or whatever, you get them to where they want to go. It was no big deal. Not to your dad and I anyway. So.
And that's what I think. I don't know that people truly understand that about you and Dad, is that the two of you help just about anybody. You really would.
Well, your dad probably more than I. I was a little bit more suspicious about people standing at the side of the road. He might have, tried to pick up somebody at that point. I'm like, no, I don't think so. But
not a good idea.
Yeah.
But Jim, it was so nice. I'm glad I had the opportunity to go down early and talk with Jim and talk with David and talk with, Dietz, who will be on later. Those guys you see it, the brotherhood, you see it.
I am glad that I went down for the homecoming tailgate and everything. I had, I about talked myself out of it because I just didn't know that I could do it. But they are the best group of people. They're just good people. And your dad loved them. I loved them. And they loved your dad.
Yeah.
I know they miss him. I know he was missed that night.
Yes, he was.
So, but I'm glad we went. Got to watch some of the game, got to show the grandkids the stadium, and when it was good and full.
Exactly. Let's talk about that for just a minute, because it was, I don't know if serendipitous is right, but we got the tickets another teammate
Yes.
was kind enough to let us use his tickets for the game.
Yes.
And we got to our seats. And what was the first thing you said when we got to our seats?
It took me a minute, but I'm sitting there. I mean, we had great seats.
We did. They were awesome seats.
I mean, 50-yard line, about seven,
7, 8
7
rows
rows up.
And by the way, if this makes it to Dave Filippelli,
Yeah,
thank you, Dave.
exactly.
And Isley, John Isley, thank you for
Yes.
facilitating it. Both you guys, love you both. Thank you.
But I was sitting there and I'm like, oh my gosh. I was talking to Miranda. I said, Miranda, this is where I would sit when Pappy played. This area right here. This is it. And it took me a couple minutes to get my bearings and realize where I was at. But then when I did, it's like, okay. It was.
Yeah. Well, we've got Todd Schneider's interview that we did this summer ready to go. I think people are going to enjoy the story. Ranch dressing. We'll come back and we'll talk about the ranch dressing after the story. All right, Mom?
Your dad, yes, your dad loved teaching. That's for sure.
So we'll talk ranch dressing after Todd's video.
All right.
All right. I love you,
Thanks. Mom. Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. At this point, what I'd like to do, without further ado, is step to the side and let our special guest, Todd, share his stories and memories about our dad, Stoney. So, Todd, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And what you guys are doing to honor your dad's memory and just his legacy is nothing short of amazing. So I have to commend you on that. And whoever did the cartoon rendition of your dad, that is fantastic. Like I can hear your dad being like, I don't look so bad as a cartoon, do I? I'm even better looking as I said, like they captured it perfectly. Like the man, like his shoulders, his chest, the hair. I'm like, wow.
Well,
I wonder what I would look like as a cartoon. I know I wouldn't look that good.
Well, I have to tell you, the guy that did that is a very good friend of mine. He did design like that for Disney. His name is Dustin Faust. Great guy. Actually donated his services in doing that. So Dustin, thank you. He hit a home run. You're right, Todd. I'm
telling you, man, he hit it out of the park. I mean, that's a grand slam. I was so blown away when I saw that. But your dad to me was always an interesting character. So being involved with your dad, I was always his boss. And notice I do like air quotes. Like, how are you going to be Chuck Stone's boss? Like, how are you going to this mountain of a man with this like flowing mane of hair? And by the way, I'm totally jealous about your dad's hair, because as anybody watching this can tell, I am follically challenged. But I had the pleasure of working with your dad for 5 years, and the thing I loved about your dad was, first of all, he reminded me a lot of my dad in the sense that very blue collar, very down to earth, just the type of guy that has a smile on his face, dirt under his fingernails, and love in his heart. Like that's your dad reminds me of my dad. So there were lots of times your dad always had, all the years I was with him, your dad always had like first period planning period. That was always his time of the day. So I was always moving around during that time, and I would always make my way into his room and sit down every day for literally about 5 to 15, 20 minutes, just depending on, nothing going wrong and me having to go out and go take care of something. But I would sit there and talk with your dad every day, and just the stories your dad would tell me about life and all the different things that he had done, that he had dealt with. And so by talking with your dad, I figured out that he did build the press box in Bucyrus. He did do all of these wonderful things. And, and he was always talking about was always talking about you two. He was always talking about Sandy, your mother, talking about his in-laws, talking about mother-in-law, father-in-law, grandkids. So there was always this pride in his voice when he talked about his family. Like, you could tell he loved his family. And to me, I have a lot of stories. I'm going to share a couple of them. But what always struck me about your dad was, here was this guy that was like this mountain of a man, but he wasn't afraid to be vulnerable. He wasn't afraid to talk about his love for his children. He wasn't afraid to talk about his love for his wife. And, and him and your mother were, I get goosebumps talking about it. Him and your mother were high school sweethearts. My parents were high school sweethearts. My wife and I are high school sweethearts. So to hear him talk about Sandy, your mother, and to hear him talk about you guys, God, he was always so proud. I mean, really, guys, I could probably tell you guys your life stories, because your dad was always talking about you guys, whether it was some boneheaded stunt you pulled in high school, and I heard a couple of them, whether it was your guys' careers, in telecommunications or being a lawyer or whatever it is. Your dad was always so proud of you guys, and you could tell that he loved his grandchildren, and being a family man was really important. And to me, knowing how your dad grew up, knowing the struggles he dealt with, the fact that your dad was the family man that he is profound, because to me, that's breaking the cycle, right? And that's why we educate, right? That's why we do what we do. I believe it was Horace Mann that called education the great equalizer, or maybe it was Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Jefferson, or one of those old philosopher dead white guys that aren't around anymore, that we read about all the wonderful things they say. But education is the great equalizer. It really is. And it's what breaks the cycle. And I was always blown away by your dad's story, because here's this guy from Bucyrus, Ohio, right? Bucyrus, Ohio, small town Bucyrus, Ohio, very much kind of a Rust Belt city, kind of like in the same mold of Marion, from which I'm from. But growing up in Marion, Bucyrus, and growing up in Bucyrus, Marion. So the fact that this guy, who was a foster kid, got a full ride to NC State, played on an ACC championship team, played in some bowl games, and made it to the NFL, that's nothing short of fantastic and miraculous. And then he became this great family man. And the thing about your dad never bragged about that stuff. Like, he never did. The only reason I ended up knowing that stuff was because I had tons of conversations with your dad, and I talked with him all the time, and he was always telling me those things. And I remember when I found out, I'm like, you were in the NFL? Like, are you serious? Like, he starts rattling off these names, and I'm like, holy smokes. And so to think that your dad lived that life, and then he became the family man that he was, and then his career, after spending some time in construction, was teaching kids and making a difference. I mean, to me, that's profound, because statistically, we shouldn't be sitting here right now talking about the impact that your dad had, because I mean, when you look at everything that he dealt with growing up, the odds were stacked against him. And when I think of your dad, I think of somebody who refused to give up on kids. There would be kids that, your dad was frustrated with, and we would talk, and we would kind of come up with different plans and different things to kind of do to help that kid, or to help that kid, move along. And your dad would always just kind of shake his head. He goes, yeah, but I don't want to give up on him. I don't want to give up on him. I don't want to give up on him. No one gave up on me. If they'd have given up on me, I don't know where I would be. I don't want to give up on him. So, there were some kids that, oh my goodness, they drove your dad up the wall, but man, he loved him, and he never wanted to give up on him. And the story that I will always tell about your dad, and I think it's pertinent to share it here, is, after your dad passed, took you guys a while to come and, clean out some of his things. And I understand that. And we had been in conversations quite a few times. Hey, whenever you guys are ready, it's here, come and get his stuff, whatever you need. And that day you guys showed up and we're talking and we're kind of sharing stories. And I guess let me back up a little bit. Let me preface this a little bit. So Withrow still exists. Withrow is a small satellite school that Marion City Schools runs. So it's part of Harding High School, but the way it goes is when Marion City Schools decided that they were going to invest in a construction program and a welding program, they kind of looked around and they said, listen, we don't have room for it. We can't put it on our main campus, but we do have an old elementary on the west end of town. So Marion City Schools put money in it, refurbished it, built all of these, or rehabbed, I guess, this old elementary school to have a construction lab and have a welding lab. And the first year we opened, your dad actually had a heart attack and couldn't make it. The first 5 or 6 weeks, and he wasn't supposed to be back until January. But your dad, being your dad, worked his tail off and got back in November. So I'd actually forgot about that till I started talking. So your dad being with the kids was so important to him. The doctor tells him he's not supposed to be back until January, but he works his tail off and makes it back in November. So that right there is one of the stories right there. Your dad loved the kids so much he had to make it back. So within our building, we have about 50 to 55 kids, and overall we had about 70 students because there was another 10 or 15 kids that would come over for welding or construction. So the size our school was, the staff members would lots of times during lunch sit down and eat lunch with the kids. It was a small school. Relationships were important. Getting to know the kids were important. I mean, it is in any educational setting, but it was really important at Withrow. And and your dad was all for it. So your dad would sit down every day and eat lunch with the kids. So when you guys had come to get your dad's stuff, your mom, and I telling the story, I gotta compose myself here a little bit. Your mom goes, well, I'm just glad the kids had ranch dressing. And I thought about it. And I kind of looked at her and I'm like, what is she talking about? I don't know what she's talking about. And then it hit me. And it hit me like, boom, like a stack of bricks in the chest. Ranch dressing. Your dad had bought them ranch dressing. And your mom said, yeah, after he passed, I was checking his wallet and he had a receipt for ranch dressing because your dad would buy the kids ranch dressing. So your dad, with less than 12 hours to live in his life, still had the kids, his kids, our kids on his mind. He bought them ranch dressing. And I think about nobody cares. Teddy Roosevelt said this. I remember this. No one cares how much you know till they know how much you care. And it's ranch dressing, right? I mean, what's ranch dressing? But to a kid eating lunch, to a kid that maybe doesn't have anything, to a kid that maybe has had no one ever show that they care about him, the fact that your dad bought ranch dressing and the fact that when those kids wanted ranch dressing, they could walk to our fridge in our lunchroom there, get out a bottle of ranch dressing and put it on there. And your dad could sit back and see these kids putting ranch dressing on their food. And it seems trivial and it seems simple, but it's not. It's really so much more than that. It goes to show you that in life, it's the little things that we do, because people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel.
Absolutely.
And you guys know that your dad made a lot of people feel special and a lot of people feel good. So I love ranch dressing and I can't eat it to this day. without thinking of your dad. So the fact that the man had a heart attack and hustled his butt off to get back to work, and then even when COVID hit, your dad was like, "What can I do? What can I do? Do we need to go visit this kid? We need to go visit that kid." His brain never shut off. Your dad never quit thinking about the kids. I would get text messages from him, calls from him. Hey, I'm thinking about this. Hey, I'm thinking about that. But ranch dressing. So ranch dressing. That's it. Chuck Stone and ranch dressing.
It's interesting. That was a story I had no idea about until that time. Todd, it was interesting when we had the visitation for Dad when he passed. I was at the head of the line. I was the first one to meet everybody, and I was doing really good. I hadn't had a breakdown. I was holding it together. And then I see Todd kind of break the line. He cut line, and I'm like, "What, Schneider? What are you doing? Why are you cutting line?" And he's holding something. He's got it hidden, and he kind of butts in behind the people I was talking to, and he removes the covering off of what he was carrying. And my dad's students, the Monday out, because Dad passed away on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, not real sure of time, but that Monday following Dad passing, his kids had gone and tried to find his hammer. And when they found his hammer, they went to the welding instructor and had his hammer welded onto a beautiful piece of stainless steel. And it blew me away that his kids would do something like that. And Mom, I don't know about you, I don't look at ranch dressing the same anymore.
Oh, he made sure they had ranch dressing. I mean, he did that for a long time.
Really?
Because they would never send. They'd truck their food over, and the kids they love ranch dressing, and they never send any ranch with anything. So he'd stop at the Kroger there in Marion, and that particular receipt I found had 2 big bottles of ranch dressing on it, and it looked like maybe a pack of chocolate chip cookies he must have took to him as well on Friday. So, yeah.
It's interesting because a lot, like when we went to get his stuff, they had written those kids had written messages to Dad on the board, and the kids that go to Withrow are some of probably the toughest kids.
Oh yeah.
Educate, and
those were your dad's type of kids, though.
Oh,
that's what he liked to work with.
Well, and I think part of the reason is he could connect with them.
Mm-hmm.
He understood because of what he had gone through as a kid himself. He could connect with those kids and have empathy for them and understand that, their behavior may not be a direct result of who they are, but of circumstances that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'll never look at ranch dressing the same again, Mom. Every time I'm in the grocery store, I look at a bottle of ranch dressing and I laugh and I think, yep. All right, Dad, there's another lesson.
Your dad was a lover of ranch himself. So.
And I wondered where my daughter got it from.
Exactly.
So
she gets it honest.
Yes, she does. All right, Mom. Our next video is with who Dad called his little buddy, Sheila.
Oh, his twin.
His twin, and Sheila. When Dad got hired at Tri Rivers, Sheila was the culinary instructor,
mm-hmm.
and I don't know whose idea it was, but the pictures of Miranda sitting in the mixing bowl with the
Oh, that
chef
was,
hat on and the spoon, was that your idea or Sheila's?
oh, it was Sheila's. It was
Okay.
Sheila's. Definitely
Because Sheila wants us to recreate those photos from Miranda's senior pictures, and I told her game on.
Okay.
It'd just be for us, but we're going to do it. So um, I'm going to go ahead and play Sheila's video. It's fun. I hope you enjoy it, Ma.
Thanks. I'm sure I will.
You will. All right, here's Sheila Ham, folks. All right, so Sheila, talk about the first time you met Dad.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, it was summertime. I was here at school, and this big guy came to the front door on a Friday wanting to put in his resume for the carpentry position that was open. And there was nobody there but me. I was almost afraid to open the door because he's like, 3 times my size. And he just gave me the resume and said, "This is for the carpentry position that's open. Can you give it to somebody?"
That was 25 years ago.
Yeah. He had on bib overalls, a t-shirt with no sleeves, hair as fuzzy as mine.
Sounds about right.
And one of the hooks was not hooked. And he just got off work apparently and wanted to drop it off. So I'm glad I was the only one that saw him.
So you guys developed over, and from that one meeting, which he kind of looked at him and went, "I don't know about this guy," which most people would do if Dad
Sure.
walked up there in half clipped overalls, cut off T-shirt. But over the course of time, you came to know Dad.
Absolutely.
Talk about your guys' friendship over the course of that 25 years that you and beyond, really, that
Yeah.
you guys developed.
Well, I think it all started around food.
Shocking.
Because I was, my classroom, my culinary classroom was 2 doors down from his carpentry classroom.
Uh-huh.
And he'd have to pass by every day. And, "What you got? You got anything to eat?" So from there is how it all started.
Yeah. I can remember he would call me at college. "Hey, you want some chocolate chip cookies?
Mm-hmm.
Sheila's got a whole bunch for you. You want them?" "Of course, Dad, I want them." I'd maybe get 3, and everybody in that fraternity house would eat the rest of them. So
He would order the big ones, the supersized ones, as he called them.
I know.
And he,
they were big as a
"How
plate."
many you need, Chuck? How many can you make?" So we'd make them and, box them up, package them up, and he'd pay for them and off they'd go. I never knew really how many ever made it to you, but.
Oh, they all, like the big tray that you had them in, they all made them to me. As far as
I would think all of them, but.
I mean, it was pretty full when I would get it.
Yeah.
The problem was I would put it out at the house, and I would only get 3 or 4 because all the other guys would take them and eat them. But
yeah,
you guys, beyond the food, like, just I guess talk about the friendship you guys had.
Well, he was an amazing teacher, and he just had a calmness most of the time that I didn't. And then when he didn't have that calmness, I did. So we became good friends just because of, it was yin and yang, and he would tell people that I was his twin sister. Although I'm 5 foot tall and
he was 6'3",
half his size. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he would just tell everybody I was his twin sister because we both had long, curly blonde hair and blue eyes. But he was just always there for the kids. He was always there for me when we needed him. We put him a brick patio one year at my house. I helped him paint houses over the summer. I helped him paint your guys' house.
Yeah.
Before
Aiden
was
born, you guys painted that that
oh
nursery up.
yeah,
Remember that?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Actually, Jamie and I were taking care of Miranda.
Yeah.
While they were painting.
I didn't know that. I just figured you all were painting.
No, I got assigned baby duty.
And I know you hated hanging out with her.
Oh yes, absolutely.
You talk about Dad being a good teacher and being good with the kids. What are one or two examples of times when other teachers may have gone off the deep end or gotten really upset and Dad just...
Oh, that would be me. I would go off the deep end because kids weren't doing what they were supposed to do, and it was a stressful day. One day in particular, and here I'm just yelling at the kids and hurry up and you got to get this done. And he walks in and he's like, "Hey, I'm out." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Go take a walk. I got this." Okay. And when I came back, everything was in order. It was calm, and I was gone like 3 minutes. And the only person that still wasn't calm was me. But he calmed all the kids down. He got them doing what they were supposed to be doing. And I don't know. I never asked him what he did or how he did it, but he got it headed in the right direction.
That's awesome. 25 years. What are one or two of your favorite memories about Dad that maybe are outside of the classroom, the school setting?
When Sandy, Chuck, and I went to South Carolina on spring break, and he was insistent that he was going to ride his motorcycle because, it's spring break. It's nice. So Sandy and I drove the Mustang, and he rode his motorcycle, and it was fine all the way down. It was coming back when he hit the snow. Mm-hmm. And he left in short sleeves and jeans, and by the time we made it back to Ohio, he was in full winter weather gear. And it wasn't fun to drive the Mustang in, let alone for him to drive that motorcycle in, because it was sleeting and snowing, and it was bad.
Yeah.
But again, didn't bother him a bit. He was nice and calm with getting home.
He loved that motorcycle.
Yes, he did.
He really did. If somebody were to ask you, just not knowing your relationship with Dad, if they were to come up to you on the street, not knowing the breadth and the depth of the relationship, like I know that you and Dad had in terms of being damn near best friends, and Jim too.
Yep.
If somebody just blindly walked up to you on the street and said, "Tell me about Chuck Stone,"
mm-hmm.
What would you tell him?
I would say he had a heart as big as he was for other people and for kids. He was always willing to help, no matter what it was. And he loved his family more than anything. And that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah. Yeah. You hit the nail right on the head, Sheila. We're doing this live event today, and just so everybody knows, Sheila and I pre-recorded this. We're doing this live event today because we're trying to get us over the top, right? We're at $18,500 in the kindness fund, and to get it to the endowment level, we've got to hit 25,000. So we got about 6,500 to 7,000 to go. So Sheila, help me make the sales pitch, because I'm going to keep asking people all day long to donate money, to help us help these Bucyrus kids. But why do you think it's important for people to donate to Dad's Kindness Fund?
Just so that those kids continue to feel the love and concern that Chuck had for every kid and every person. It's not, it's not for a particular thing. It's not, I don't know what I want to say here. It's that huge heart, that love needs to continue. And I think through this kindness fund, a lot can happen and a lot of good can happen. It's just paying it forward. But yet Chuck's paying it back.
He sure is, Sheila. I told you weren't going to be the only one starting to cry in this thing. Because I guarantee you, throughout the entire day, and again, this is recorded. So this was recorded about a week before we went live. And I guarantee you that these won't be the only tears I shed. Thinking about Dad and just the stories and the impact that he made on people's lives that, I had no idea. Like, I had no idea, Sheila, the way that you first met him. It doesn't surprise me that he walked up to the door with those overalls on and just coming from work. But to me, to see the friendship that you guys had, and then to see his friendship with Jim.
Oh yeah. Him and Jim were close buds.
Yeah. And just to see that you guys and Mom too, like the four of you became so very close and so very
Absolutely.
tight as friends that I'm grateful that you said yes to my request to do this video. And thank you for being not only a great friend to Dad and Mom, but to me, to my kids, especially Miranda, the big boy.
Yeah.
So one last question.
Yep.
Okay. Was it your idea to have Mom and Miranda come and bake cookies, or was it Dad's?
Oh, that's a good question.
It doesn't matter to me, it doesn't matter whose idea it was, because the thing that I always loved was you welcomed Miranda when she would come into your kitchen at school. You welcomed her with open arms, and my favorite pictures are the ones of her sitting in this. I'm going to find one and show it. Sitting in this big mixing bowl.
Yeah.
With her little chef hat on.
I think we need to do that for her graduation pictures.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. If we can get that bowl. Yeah, that will be part of her senior pictures.
There you go.
We got to find a kitchen to put her in, that the bowl can sit on a table, and she's got to wear the chef's hat, and she's got to have the wooden spoon.
We can do that.
That's perfect. All right, I'm going to take you up on it.
All right.
So again, Sheila, thank you so much. It means a lot.
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mom.
Hey.
Sheila.
She's a good girl.
She is. One of the best memories I have is when we all would get together for dinner on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
All of us, Jim, Sheila, we'd go out to their house and she would cook, and man, she was a good cook. She still is. I'm sure. I have no doubt. I have absolutely no doubt that she's still a good cook. I've just not had a chance to break bread with her and Jim in a very long time. It's been too long. Talk about that trip to South Carolina, that spring break trip. Dad, go ahead.
Oh, I remember us stopping on the way back at that on the West Virginia Turnpike, that big
Tamarack, right around
yeah,
Tamarack.
Tamarack, and him having to put more clothes on. But whatever. He was fine.
He loved that
Well, you know,
motorcycle.
Chris, he rode down one year. He rode down to North Carolina to the tailgate, the homecoming tailgate game, and was riding in that dang um, hurricane. And he rode his motorcycle down. Wasn't one of his smartest,
Wasn't one of his best moments.
decisions. But yeah, he loved that motorcycle.
He did. You know, I remember he got his first one, the Fat Boy, either right after I graduated or right before Adam graduated, because Adam ended up riding home on the back of it from his graduation.
It was right before Adam graduated. Yes.
Okay, and it was NC. It was this color red.
Oh, it was bright red.
It was bright red. But you never really rode on it with him, did you?
I did a little bit, but it wasn't real comfortable.
Yeah.
Where I made my mistake. We were over at Teal's one day, or Hales. I'm not sure which one it was. And he'd gone in to get something. I don't know. And we're walking out, and the motorcycle he's got now. I said, "Boy, that's pretty." I said, "Look how that's at two-tone colors." And like a week later, he said, "Do you remember that motorcycle you thought was really pretty?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I traded mine in on that one." He said, "It'll be way more comfortable for you to ride." And I'm like, and it was. I mean, that was very comfortable to ride, so much more so than the Fat Boy.
Yeah.
But that's how we ended up with that one. He was just looking for a reason to get the Electra Glide.
That was the motorcycle. I mean, I can remember him talking about how he always wanted a motorcycle.
Mhm.
He always wanted one. And man, with that mane of the king that he had, I'm so upset that gene skipped me and went to my son to be able to grow
Sure did.
the hair, because Aiden's hair now it's longer than what Dad's was.
Mm-hmm.
It looks good.
Yeah.
It looks good. So we have gotten a donation in so far from Stephanie. She donated $100. I want to thank Stephanie for making the donation. She's somebody who I've been working with as part of what I do. I was in Arizona in September and was part of the team with her and John, who was on with me earlier, and Nicole, another one of her colleagues. And Stephanie, thank you for supporting what we're
Yes.
doing. I hope people will hear these stories that we're sharing about Dad are to show his kindness and to show the kind of man that he really was. Because there are a lot of people who probably only knew Dad for playing football
Mm-hmm.
or coaching, right? Or teaching or some other way, or maybe they thought he wasn't a very nice man. I don't know that there are many people that would say that Dad was not a nice man.
I'm sure there's some out there.
I'm sure there are too, but they're few and far between.
Probably.
And so, I think the things that are most important, though, and stuff that I'm going to pull from this, that I'm going to keep sharing over time, not only until we hit our goal, but even after we hit our goal. It was the things that Beth and Marie talked about, Mom.
Yeah.
Being able to hand a kid a $25 gift card for gas to go to a job interview.
Exactly.
We're saying, hey, we'll send the money to the place so you can get a copy of your birth certificate, right? Or, and I know Dad would smile like crazy to know that this fund that's his legacy is helping to put a kid into Cub Scouts or a little girl into Girl Scouts. I mean, Marie sent me that email, and I responded back to her. I think I did. I think I remember responding back. But Marie, if you watch this, go for it. Once we have this fund endowed, that's the whole key to this.
Yeah.
Is we have to endow this fund, and I say it's to outlive us, but in all reality, it's got nothing to do with outliving us. Nothing. It has to do with the fact that we want this fund to not only be able to help Bucyrus kids right now, but to also help Bucyrus kids who aren't even thought of yet.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We're talking generations upon generations of kids. And I'm not kidding when I say I will not stop asking you who are watching this today to donate money until we get to the point that the schools have to call the foundation and say, what do you want us to do with the leftovers? You sent us too much. Because at that point, when they have too much money to help these kids that are facing the same challenges that Dad had, when they have too much money, that's when I know, well, we've got it.
Yeah.
We've done it. That anyway. The next video, Mom, I've got is with Andy Markley. Andy was the first one we did a live with, and it was fun. It was fun hearing Andy's story. So I'm going to bring Andy on, and then, Mom, you and I can come back and talk a little bit about that video, okay?
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
I want to turn it over to Andy so that he can share, his story or his favorite memory of his time with Stoney. So, Andy, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, when you're given the task of come up with one story, it gets to be hard because I think everybody knew Stoney differently. If you were a student in his classroom, you met a slightly different guy than what I might have met as a football coach. And I had an opportunity to kind of see two sides of Chuck. I showed up at practice one day, I think I was a sophomore, and had a pretty good scratch on my arm. And he saw it, and he asked what had happened. And I told him that my dad was building a deck off the back of the house, and I was helping, and had caught my arm on a piece of wood. And he had asked if my job was to bring water to my dad, and the joke kind of went zipping past my head because I said, no, I even get to use the saw. And it was like the conversation changed. He went from getting ready to kind of pick to asking me questions. What are you using, 2x10s or 2x12s? Are you screwing the deck together? Are you nailing it? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Are you leaving gaps between the boards? Do you guys know what you're doing? I mean, kind of that grill. And as I was answering the questions, you kind of saw him like take a little bit of an exhale. And he was like, I think you guys know what you're doing. But he kind of grabbed me by the shoulder and he said, you better pay attention to what your dad's teaching you, because a man that doesn't know how to build anything is a man who's worth nothing. And I was like, wow, for once I didn't get yelled at. This is awesome. So, it was just kind of one of those little fleeting 3-minute conversations that kind of stuck with me. But if we flip the coin over and we talk about Coach Stone, he had yelled at a bunch of us for, after making a tackle, you put your face in the other guy's face and let him see who did that to him. And I believe it was a preview game because we had officials, and Chuck wasn't normally on the sideline on Friday nights, but he was there that evening. So it made me think it was a preview game. And it was either Britt Miller, the smallest guy on the team, or Cliff Foden, another one of our smaller guys, tackles somebody and crawls up in this kid's face to a point, flag gets thrown. Roddy loses his mind, calls timeout, brings us to the sideline, and he is like, why would you do that? Why do you think that was a good idea? And I believe it was Britt, and he says, Stone told us to do that. And on cue, everybody, including Roddy, looks over, and there's Chuck standing there, and Roddy goes, really? Chuck had no clue what was going on. He smiled and gave a thumbs up and then went about his way. And it was just kind of that moment of someone who had no cares to give. And it was like, yeah, that's what we're doing here, boys. afterwards, he asked us, what was that all about? And I was like, well, you told us to do that after a tackle. And he's like, well, you don't use my name. When you do something dumb like that, you take the lumps and you move on yourself. So, but like I said, how you knew Chuck determined kind of that path of where you intersected with him. And I can say there was probably no one more genuine in my formative years that you could look to that was looking out for your best interests, pushed you hard, also expected you to lift those around you. And for that, I am forever indebted. And I appreciate the time tonight to ramble on a couple of quick stories.
No, Andy, those are stories I don't know. Mom and Adam, I'm sure those are things we've never heard before, right, Mom?
I hadn't, and I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed
Well,
it. Thank you, Andy.
There's a million other stories that you probably don't know that we might be sworn to some bro code not to repeat. It's just.
I think when I ran into you one day, I think it was at the Pelican, about running into Chuck out at the Y after you were. That just, he just wanted to talk to you, and you were scared to death.
Yeah.
What happened?
And it was one of those things that going to the weight room was something I absolutely hated anyway. But the fact Chuck was there made it that much more unenjoyable because you couldn't go and just move around a little bit. He expected you full go. And I can remember just trying to do a bench press and that head coming up over the bar, like inches away, yelling the breath. I could tell you what you guys had for dinner that night. I mean, it was just one of those things like, I don't want to be here. And to walk into the Y, normally I'm the only one in there, and that bike is churning in the corner. When I went in and there's Stoney on the bike, I almost peed my pants. I wanted to go home. And he's just like, come on in. And I was like, I don't want to be here. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. And never did. I mean, I was a grown man at that point, 30 years old, and still like, oh, I just want to go to work in one piece. And his workouts would wipe you out. So, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Andy, again, thank you so much for taking time to spend with us today and share a couple of stories. That I think for us, it helps immensely, to hear, we know how Dad touched our lives or even, his grandkids, but to hear the impact he's had on, people for years, while he was coaching football or in the classroom or coaching track or just in the community is, it helps us a lot. And I'm going to speak for Mom and Adam and just, man, I know Dad loved you guys, all you guys that he coached and played while he was coaching. He loved you guys. And, man, we're grateful. Thank you for taking the time tonight. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the honor.
Andy Markley is a great guy. And I'm so grateful that, he, not only Andy, but everyone who's been on with us so far today, that they've taken the time to talk with me about Dad, about how he made an impact on their lives. Because as I said in that video, I know what Dad did for me. And still to this day, I have times when I hear him, I hear him talk to me. And, Mom, that story about Dad running into Andy at the YMCA might be one of my favorite.
Oh, mine too. I got the biggest kick out of Andy telling me that. I think we were at the Pelican. He goes, "Oh my gosh, his eyes got big."
Yeah, what's interesting is I ran into an old high school. Well, I got together for dinner with an old high school friend when I was in North Carolina, Brooke Buckley.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about Dad's time as the strength coach for Bucyrus, and how her and her aunt, Dad got her mom and her mom's aunt, and her mom and her aunt to come in and do
aerobics
aerobics. And I can remember watching those guys do aerobics, like a guy like Andy Markley or AJ or Big Ed, like these big guys doing aerobics and not really fully understanding why they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And Dad was very unconventional when it came to how he did things, when he was working those kids out. To this day, I've still got Miranda doing push-ups with playing cards because that's what Dad said is you get through a deck of when you can do push-ups through a deck of cards, you're strong. And he's not wrong about that.
And I can remember when he used to put Adam on some of their backs.
Oh yeah,
Adam's little fella.
Yep, and he would have me sit on their legs because they like at Kersley Elementary where the weight room was at originally, which I think Dad built that one out, didn't he?
I don't know.
I mean, 'cause I remember him and Scott Roddy going to Barry's Barbell or something and getting all this. But there was a stage in the gym, and Dad would have the guys go out, and I would sit on their legs, and they would do like Rocky IV, the sit-ups where Rocky's like up in the loft, and those guys were doing sit-ups that way, and I'd be sitting on their legs, and just like I said, some of the stuff Dad had these kids do was unconventional as all get out. So, this next video, we've got a couple of videos that are shorter in nature than what we've shared so far. We talked about it that we had the opportunity to go to homecoming and go to Uncle Dave's tailgate and interact with guys that I know, Mom, you probably hadn't seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, a lot of these guys I had never met as an adult. They only knew me when I was yay big and still in diapers. Because I was born Dad's senior year at State, and there's two of my favorite pictures are of Dad holding me at media day. Those are by far, and it's not because he's holding me at media day. It's seeing Dad's face while he's holding me. It tells you it tells you everything you need to know about my dad when it came to not just me, but both Adam and I, and especially those grandkids. So the first video we're going to play is from a guy by the name of Kyle Wesco. And Mom shared with me that Dad said Kyle was one of the craziest guys he ever played against. Him and because Kyle played inside linebacker, right, Mom?
Yeah, he was a linebacker.
He
said he was probably, when they practiced,
Yeah. Well,
he said,
between him and Bill Cower, I think, and I went back.
As far as he was concerned, they were the two of the best. And he played against some tough linebackers.
Yeah. And it's interesting, that article that Henry wrote in there, Dad talked about having a rough day and coming home and wanting to quit because he had been Bill Cower's personal tackling dummy. And you didn't let him.
No,
we didn't let him quit. So I'm going to bring Kyle on. Kyle's video is only a couple of minutes long. And then when we come back, Mom, I want to talk about NC State. Because I know Dad wanted to quit, and I think there are some stories there that need to be told. So we're going to go to Kyle's video, and then Mom and I will be right back. Bye, Mom.
Bye.
So what's your favorite memory of that? Kyle?
Well, your dad, as I recall, came in 1976, and I want to say he was married at the time, correct? And either you were on the way or you were already there?
Nope, I didn't come along until 79.
Okay. For some reason, I thought, but anyway, what a challenge that is. I mean, coming to college and playing major college football is one thing, but then you throw in a wife and you throw in the possibility of kids. So I always admired him for being, because I know personally at that point in my life and that age, I wouldn't have been able to do it, but I really respected him and how he handled all that. And he comes from up north where I come. I mean, he's from Ohio, but I'm from Pennsylvania. so right next door to each other, and it's just a blue collar, hard nosed, put your work in out there on the field, so you're ready to contribute on Saturday afternoon or Saturday night to do what you enjoy doing, along with all your teammates. So those are some of the biggest things I remember about your dad. And he was a hard-nosed but a kind, special person off the field.
That was a short one.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. So I want to talk about after I was born and Coach Ryan calling you to the office.
Oh, he did.
So let's talk about that. So I was born, you got called to the principal's office, or in this case, the head coach's office in Bo Ryan. What was that? What was that conversation about?
I was scared to death. I had no idea what he wanted. But what he wanted was for me to take you and come back to Ohio during the football season, because he needed your dad's complete attention. He didn't want him to think about anything else but football. School be damned, I guess. I don't know, but it's all about football.
And what did he call that?
His golden heifer.
Okay. So you get out of this meeting. Where's your mind at?
I don't know. I mean, I leave, I go home, and I tell your dad what he wanted, and your dad's like, you guys aren't going anywhere. He said, I don't think he understands that if you go to Ohio, that's all I'm going to be worried about. If you're here, I know you're okay. I know, I'll see you. I know everything's good. But you're not going to take him and go to Ohio. So we did not go to Ohio for the season. We stayed put.
You guys, and you said this, you've said this more so since we lost Dad, but you've said you didn't know how poor you guys were when you were down there. Like, help people understand when you say you didn't know how poor you were, what are some examples of just how poor you were?
I think that one of the ones that always comes to my mind is taking pop bottles back to have enough money to get diapers. When I would go to the store, it was I had to be very careful on there goes Bobby.
Hi, Bobby.
On how I spent the money and what I bought and stuff. And we'd drive home, and we might get back to Ohio and have $1.50 in our pocket, and Grandpa would get so mad that we left and didn't could have gotten in some kind of mess on the way here and not had enough money to take care of ourselves. But we didn't think about it. I mean, heck, we got home, still had $1.50, so.
And you guys made it through that time with help from some friends.
Sure.
Talk about that. Talk about the kindness that you guys saw from people. Because Dad saw it when he was in high school with Stoney, John.
We had people that would have us over for meals. We had people that did things for us that if the NCAA found out, it could have gotten people in trouble. We couldn't have made it without our friends and the people that we called family down there, and without my mom and dad, because they helped a lot too.
Yeah.
They kept us going. but it was probably some of our best times. Probably some of our best times.
Young, and you didn't have a pot to piss in, and you
You
didn't
didn't
much
care.
care.
Didn't care. So
So the next video we've got up is Rob Neff, and I was listening to some music the other night, and Bob Dylan came on, and it immediately made me think of not just Dad, but of Rob.
yeah.
With Rob. So I'm going to play Rob's video, Mom. We'll come back. We'll talk for a minute, and then we'll have a couple other videos. So yeah, we're moving right along in our live stream today. And again, I appreciate everybody who's stuck with us. You know, a lot of this is Mom and I sharing personal stories, me asking questions, because quite frankly, there are some stories that I feel like I still need to hear again. So I remember them and I want to get them on video. Because one of the things I think I regret more than anything else is not sitting my dad down and getting his story on video before we lost him. So I'm not going to, him and Grandpa both,
Yeah.
because I think Grandpa's story was just as unique as Dad's. So
everybody's story is unique.
Everybody, yeah, absolutely. And listen, I will say this: if you have the opportunity, if you're not even if make the opportunity to sit your parents, or if you're lucky enough to have your grandparents, or if you're even lucky enough to have your great grandparents, like my kids did and do with Grandma, sit them down, ask them to tell you about the days when they were, growing up, and then just hearing Mom talk about having to take pop bottles back to buy diapers to put my big butt in as a baby, because I was not small by any stretch of the imagination. But these stories are what to me are what help you understand where you came from and help shape you into the person that you are today. So don't miss that opportunity. All right, Mom, I'm gonna take you off screen here and bring Rob in. Okay.
Sounds good.
Love you.
Love you.
Thank you, Chris. When you asked me if I would be willing to do this, my immediate reaction was, of course I will. And my second reaction was, what am I going to say? And about as quickly I realized that what I needed to talk with y'all about was storm protection, because I will never think of Chuck without thinking of storm protection. And for various reasons, but my relationship with Chuck over the years is bookends. We were in school together. He was younger than I was by about a year, I think, and so we had that early experience. And then when I moved back to Bucyrus in the late 90s, we kind of resumed at that point in time. And what I will say about Chuck is, anyone who knows him owes him debts of gratitude, which he never called due. And I know when I got involved with various public projects here in the community in the late 90s and early 2000s, one of them was the railroad station. And we had organized volunteer day to build a platform with the roof over it, and we're going to try and put that up in one day, and it was part of National Make a Difference Day. And it was in October, and weather in Bucyrus is shaky in October, and it was real shaky that day because it rained the whole darn day. And I'll never forget, your dad was there, Chuck was there the whole time, and he was over there with a 10-inch circular saw, just wielding it like a pizza cutter and just slicing off the lumber in the lengths that were needed to build the platform. And we had almost 200 people out there in the rain that day, and Chuck was one of them. And he was the one that was cutting the materials that everybody else was putting into place. And we actually did create that project in one day. So that was, and if you think about it, that project is shelter from the storm in a way, because it was a recreation of a storm shelter that was common in railroad stations. The other reasons that I think of storm protection are a little more personal and closer to home, and one of them involved, I had storm windows that I needed to put on the second story of our house, and I really didn't know how I was going to do that, but I mentioned to Chuck one day in passing that, yeah, I got to find somebody to, put these storm windows up for me. He was like, well, I'll help you. And I said, really? And he said, sure. He said, you tell me when. I said, well, you tell me when if you're going to do it. And he gave me a date and he gave me a time. He comes pulling up in front of the house and he's got a pickup truck full of scaffolding in the back. And he said, how are we going to do this? He said, we're just build the scaffolding up, put the storm window up, take the scaffolding down, move it over, build it up again, and put those storm windows up, and it looks like 3 moves to me, and we'll have it done.
He made it sound really simple, didn't he?
He did, yes. Yes.
He's good at tricking you and bringing you in like that, yeah, for sure.
Well, he gave me great confidence that we could accomplish this task. So we dove in, and 4 sections of scaffolding. The first time we set it up, it wasn't too bad. And we got up there and it was a single window, and we got that done. And then we tore it all down and set it up again. Second time was a little harder. And that was a double window up top. So we got up there, and I remember on that one in particular, to reach the screws for the top of the storm windows. I wasn't tall enough to do it. Chuck was, and he's standing up there on the very top platform of the scaffolding, no railing around. And if I recall correctly, I was probably on one knee holding on to his belt.
You were. I was across the street at Poplar Street watching this happen, Chris, and it's Ed Gubernath and I looking over, and Ed literally says, what the hell is going on? I said, I have no idea. It's Chuck. And I just turned back to watching TV.
Well, and Chuck said, don't worry, it's fine. I do this all the time. So I worried, but we did it. And then, we tore that all down, and we set it up for the last move, and we did the third move, and I think I was semi-paralyzed for 2 days afterwards. And although Chuck wouldn't admit it, Sandy said that he was feeling it too. And that made me feel a little better. So that's storm protection number 2. Storm protection number 3 involves the house that Adam and Ed were living in that he was talking about just a few moments ago, and we needed storm windows on that too. And Chuck said he'd do it, and I said, well, whenever you get the chance, and it happened to be in the winter time. I said, do it when weather permits and you have time. And so we had one morning, I think, when everything in town was shut down. Schools were closed. It was about 10 degrees below zero when the sun came up. There was about a 40-mile-an-hour steady wind. And I was stumbling around my living room, and the bay window of the living room looks directly across at the house. And I see Chuck coming around the side of the house. And he's got the storm window for the picture window on the front porch of the house in his hands. And any smaller man would have taken sail with that thing, but not Chuck. And he's got his Carhartts on, and he's got a ski mask on, It's like, Chuck, when weather permits, this is your idea.
Weather permitted that day.
It did, and he did it. And I guess knowing Chuck and knowing him in retrospect, it was probably one of those things where he thought, this is needed now more than ever.
Yeah.
Because the old double hung window leaking air like a sieve.
Crazy.
So he got out there and did it. So that's storm protection number 3, if I'm counting correctly.
Yes, sir.
And I think about that, and I think about what you all are doing with this now. And Stoney's Kindness Fund, I think, is storm protection number 4. Because going back to the bookends, I knew Chuck in school. I knew he had a stormy upbringing, to say the least. And he's anybody who knew him knew that he was pretty casual about it, and he wasn't embarrassed or ashamed to admit it. He was very candid and carried that burden with a great deal of dignity. And that gave him a knowledge of the importance of trying to provide some storm protection for the kids that he taught later in his career. And I can't do anything without thinking of a song or song lyrics. And when I was reflecting on Chuck and storm protection, all I could think of was that when Chuck came to school, that was shelter from the storm for him, as Bob Dylan would say. And so when Chuck became the school as the teacher, he knew that for a lot of his kids that he needed to be shelter for the storm. So what y'all are doing with Stoney's Kindness Fund is just part of the same theme. Chuck knew the storm. I think of another song lyric when I think of him, and some of the things that he would do, because he was fearless. And one of my most recent experiences of him was when he decided on the spur of the moment that he was going to ride his motorcycle down to NC State for the anniversary celebration of the ACC championship team. And by the spur of the moment, I mean like the day before he left.
Oh, yeah.
And he hopped on his motorcycle and off he went. And I think right about the time he hit the Ohio River, he blew a rear tire.
Mm-hmm.
And most people would have said, darn my luck, I really wanted to be there. Somebody come get me, we'll get the bike fixed. Well, not Chuck. It was like, we'll get this tire fixed, and I think I can still make the game. And if I recall correctly, he rolled in at 11 o'clock in the morning for a noon kickoff.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. And there are pictures of him with other members of the team who spent the night in the Hilton.
Right. And he's chucked out.
Yeah, and they're all fresh as a daisy. Yeah. And Chuck's looking like he rode all night, because he did. But I mean, that reminds me of another song lyric by a Scottish artist named Dougie MacLean, which is called, the song is Mary Barn, and it's a song about the last trip of a family fishing vessel in the North Sea off the coast of Scotland, because there simply aren't fish to be caught anymore. And they have a reference there, and they say, he is our captain, and he's not afraid to face the wind. And that was Chuck. And that was Chuck when we were up on the top of that scaffold.
Quite literally, yeah.
So I think of him facing down a storm. I think of him conquering storms. I think of him sheltering others from storms as much as he can. And about the last thing I'm going to be able to squeak out here is just to say, I know when my father passed, there was a poem I ran across called Shifting the Sun by an Armenian woman named Diana something. I won't pronounce her last name right, so I won't do it. But there is the opening line, I think, when your father dies, say the Irish, you lose your umbrella against bad weather. So my heart goes out to y'all in that respect, and I have great admiration for what you're doing to help your father's memory continue to be an umbrella for the benefit of people who need it.
Love that man. Love Rob Neff. Hi, Mom. Sandy, you there?
Yeah.
You know, Rob has always had an incredible way with words.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I looked up that poem that he talked about, Shifting the Sun. And it's, I don't know if I'm going to try to read it. I think it's appropriate after listening to Rob. So this is Shifting the Sun by Diana. And as Rob said, I'm going to try to pronounce it. By Diana. So when your father dies, say the Irish, you lose your umbrella against bad weather. May his son be your light, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the Welsh, you sink a foot deeper into the earth. May you inherit his light, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the Canadians, you run out of excuses. May you inherit his son, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the French, you become your own father. That's scary. May you stand up in his light, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the Indians, he comes back as the thunder. May you inherit his light, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the Russians, he takes your childhood with him. May you inherit his light, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the English, you join his club you vowed you wouldn't. May you inherit his son, say the Armenians. When your father dies, say the Armenians, your son shifts forever, and you walk in his light. There's parts of that I laugh at. I'm like, I don't want to become my own father. Oh, it's yeah, I love that. That was probably one of my favorite interviews because Rob was right. You know, dad was shelter from the storm for people. And to a certain degree, for me and for us.
Yeah.
I mean, he really did. He did. So, we're gonna have a couple of short videos again. These are from the tailgate. First up is going to be Brian O'Doherty. I met Brian. We did a live stream on Dad's birthday, and Brian and Dave Horning and John Isley were on that with us, and so was Uncle Dietz. And some of the stories that got told that day or that night were just you
Sure, they were epic.
Oh, they were. They involved a shotgun shell stuffed with toilet paper. And something being broken in someone's room. I don't know. I won't do the story justice. All I know is that if you tried pulling off some of the stuff today that those guys did back then, forget about it.
You'd be sitting, yeah.
You'd be sitting in the gray bar wearing your orange suit, though. But I'm gonna bring Brian on, and Brian was a fellow offensive lineman with Dad, And then we're gonna
Brian
have
was off. I thought Brian was.
he may have gotten switched over to defense, but the story. Well, just listen to the story. It's
Oh, okay.
actually we're gonna talk between OD and Sullivan's video because I want to talk about something fun that we did that I got to do for Dad. So we'll be right back. OD, on or off the football field, what's your favorite memory of Chuck?
My favorite what?
Favorite memory of Chuck, on or off the field?
Of Chuck?
Yeah.
Sitting next to him in a meeting room when I was moved to guard after my sophomore year, and Coach Marilovich got mad, pounded the table. The film spun off the reel. He picked it up and threw it at us. Now, I don't know if it was going to Chuck, me, Jimmy Rich, or who, but I ducked. And we were all sitting together, so it was going to one of us. Marilovich kicked us out at 6:15 in the morning out of the meeting room. Breakfast didn't open till 7. So we had to wait around. I had an 8 o'clock class. Well, then we get to practice, and we always do pre-practice. And Marilovich said he didn't want to coach us anymore. So we all go out to practice for pre-practice, and he doesn't show up. So we all go and sit in the shade. And then Chuck was out there by himself hitting the sled. We thought he was a little nuts, but that's Chuck. And we all stayed in the shade until Coach Marilovich came out when practice started.
So, Marilovich.
Your dad was crazy, by the way.
That's what I keep learning but he loved the game.
He did.
Like he loved the game, and you know, OD's talking about how they're all sitting under the tree and Dad's out there hitting the sled. You know, listening to Dietz and Horn, you know, David and Jim talk, Dad was there an hour ahead of time before practice, hitting the sled, and he would stay an hour after practice to hit the sled. And it just it reinforces some of those lessons that he taught us. That if you're 15 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, don't bother showing up. So, but I want to share my Marilovich story because Dad had a lot of Marilovich stories over the years, and I got the sense that Dad, from his stories, he respected and he feared Marilovich.
Oh my gosh, all of them were scared of that man. They were scared.
Yeah,
literally.
And here's what's crazy about that: as big as not just my dad, but all of those guys were and are, to be scared of that man, like that's saying something.
Well, the one thing that I remember them talking about is he'd be yelling and spitting tobacco juice at him. So when he's yelling, the tobacco juice was flying. They're like, oh.
So my Marilovich story is I was doing my master's degree program at the University of Kentucky, and I was working with a guy by the name of Bob Bradley. And Bob ran the Center for Academic and Tutorial Support for student athletes at UK. Anyway, Bob and I get to talking, and I share with him, you know, Dad played football at North Carolina State, 76 to 79, and he stops me. And he looks at me and he goes, "Do you know a guy by the name of Marilovich?" I said, "Well, Bob, I've heard the name, but I don't know him." And he goes, "He's one of my best friends."
They wouldn't believe he had friends.
Right, exactly. So this was before I graduated. So we're going to fast forward about 18 months to when I graduated from UK. And this, you know, my undergraduate degree, I didn't care about. I didn't care that I got it because Dad had always said, Dad set the expectation that I was going to graduate from college. Didn't matter. I was going to be a college graduate. All that was left to do was just the work. So I didn't care. But what I cared about is when I got my master's degree, and I went to Bob. I said, "Bob, I want to reconnect Dad and Marilovich." And
bad idea.
Because I mean, it had been probably 23 years since Dad had seen John, if not more. Because didn't John leave and then Baloo come in and finish coaching?
Baloo was there in 79 in your dad's senior year. So
Okay, so Marilovich was the first 3 years, and then Blue was the last year. So I'm having a party at my house for graduation, and there's a knock at the door. And Bob and I had this planned out. Knew the time. I'll go over. I answer the door, and Bob walks in, and in walks this other gentleman, and he goes, "Chris, I want to introduce you to my friend. His name's John." And Mom, you saw Dad's reaction when he heard Marilovich's voice. Stood right up at attention.
White as a
White as
ghost. White as a ghost.
But you know what? I was going through our pictures that are in our shared drive,
Mhm.
and I found the picture of Dad and Marilovich at my house. And while Dad may have been scared out of his mind, the picture is of the two of them smiling and laughing.
Oh yeah. I looked over there and Marilovich was patting your dad on the knee, and I thought, oh my gosh.
Who is this man, right?
Here's the John Marilovich we all know.
Well, I guess age will do that to you, right?
I guess. But yeah,
Oh.
your dad was white as a ghost.
See, that was something
He
fun.
stood at attention. I thought
that was something fun to do for Dad. So, all right, next up is Dwight Sullivan. Dwight was a running back on the team. Was he a starting back in '79?
I don't know. I think so.
Because it was funny. We went down in June to visit. We took a vacation. Thank you, by the way, for that, Mom. That was very much needed. To Virginia, and we ended up in Raleigh for a day, and we had lunch at Emilio's with some of the guys that Dad played with. Some of our friends were there: John and Karen, Stephen, and Chris Glover, and Ryan. And I'm standing up talking, and all of a sudden, I feel this hand on my back, and I hear this guy say, "Boy, this view is very similar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere else." And standing behind me was this next gentleman, Dwight Sullivan. And what he was referencing was he had stared a lot at my dad's backside, and apparently mine looks very similar to Dad's. I don't know. So I'm going to play Dwight's video, Mom, and then we'll come back and talk for a few minutes and then go to our next guest, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So, Dwight, what's one favorite memory of Dad on the field or off the field? Doesn't matter which one.
Just the fact that your dad on the field was always 100 miles an hour. He wasn't the fastest, he wasn't the strongest, but one thing that I always knew about Chuck is he was going to give you everything he had, which was more than enough. He was big, he had so much courage, and the thing that I remember most about him is how much he loved his son. That was the apple of his eye. I mean, that was what the whole thing about life for him was, having that boy who's actually filming this right now. It's kind of surreal to see Chuck's image in front of me right
there. Dwight Sullivan. Love that guy. Short video, man of me. He can be loquacious at times, but
he talks.
But and again, it's one of those things to see that brotherhood, and Dad, all Dad ever saw was the color on the jersey.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he ever saw. He didn't.
And this was in the 70s. Things weren't great.
It was in the 70s, and it was in the South.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think that's something to keep in mind, is that
we were headed to the beach one year. We were going through, I can't remember the name of the town right now. I'll think of it later, I'm sure. And on the side of a building, it said, "The Ku Klux Klan welcomes you." And I said, "Chuck, you need to go around the block because I think I read that wrong." He said, "Okay." And he went around the block. And I said, "Slow down." And I looked at the side of the building, and by God, that's what it said. I was appalled.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, that's coming from the North. That was just
Right.
unheard from.
Right.
But your dad, he had a great relationship. He didn't, they didn't care. He didn't care.
All he
Hey,
cared about.
they wore that red jersey, and that's all that mattered. They were his brothers.
Yep. And he would protect them.
He would protect them for sure.
I watched the Penn State game from '79 when they played up at Penn State, and there's one play where it looks like Dwight had run the ball, and one of the Penn State guys is like still on top of Dwight, and here comes Dad. And I asked Dad, I showed him the clip. I said, Dad, what were you talking to the guy about? He said, what do you think, son? I asked him where we were going for happy hour. Like, yeah, okay, Dad, sure. So, all right. So the next video we have up is probably from one of old Dad's oldest and best friends from Bucyrus, Roger Brown. Roger's dad, I didn't know until I think you had told me. Roger's dad was an attorney in Bucyrus. And when Dad was getting ready to sign his contract with the Dolphins, he went to Roger's dad for advice to have him look at his contract. And what's interesting, I'll let Roger tell more about it, but from what I can tell, Roger's dad was also one of those people like a Tom Kotyan or a Roger Sturgeon who looked after Dad. So Roger's video is probably one of the longest between his and the one right after his, JD Hayworth. But there's some good things that are going to come out of I think you're going to enjoy Roger's video. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this story. This is a fun one. Okay, Raj. So you and Dad went way back.
Yeah.
Talk about the first time you met Dad.
Well, actually, the first time that your dad and I crossed paths was in Gray Y basketball, and it's like in 4th grade. And he was on my Gray Y basketball team. And I didn't know him very much. I mean, he was, head taller than me then. But big old blonde hair, curly blonde hair. I still remember that. And he played a couple games with us. And then, then my dad came to me and said that, well, Chuck's no longer going to be on our team. And, come to find out that he'd been, placed in he and his other brothers and sisters had been placed in the children's home. And I can't verify for sure, but I think my dad had something to do with it because he was prosecutor at the time, so, and that was in 4th grade. Next time I saw Chuck was the first day of football practice, our 9th grade year. Nobody knew who he was. They just knew him he was like 5'9" and 240-pound, big, fat, chubby guy. And nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew anything about him. And I still remember to this day, his first day at practice. And we're running 40s. And all you hear from Chuck was just, running these 40s. And I'm one of them, and so everybody else is, he won't last, he won't last, he won't last. nobody knew how big a heart he had. Yeah, and then, I mean, he more than lasted.
Yeah. Let's talk about that a little bit through high school. You know, Dad didn't have a lot.
No.
Through high school, kind of, because I think Dad's desire for me to have a Jeep in high school came from your guys' friendship. So, kind of talk about how your guys' friendship developed over the course of that 4 years.
You know, I mean, yeah, in ninth grade, it wasn't, you know, I mean, it wasn't necessarily that, you know, we knew each other and stuff like that, and we did stuff. But it wasn't necessarily, you know, wasn't like best buddies type, you know, I mean, I hung around with some other guys in our class more so. And as the years went by, you know, Chuck and I just kind of got closer and closer. You know, I mean, my sophomore year, between my sophomore year and my junior year, you know, I bought a Jeep. I should say my dad bought a Jeep for $900. You know, 1957 Willys Jeep, and it's painted purple, and it had an old top on it with deer decals on the side. And my goal the summer between my sophomore and junior year was to take it apart and repaint it. And through that process, I had 5 or 6 of my friends come over and help me do it, and Chuck was one of them. And you know, I mean, he would come over and, you know, he'd take off the steering, you know, take off the big steering wheel, which was huge. I mean, it was, you know, probably diameter was 18 inches to 2 foot. I mean, it was huge. It was a big steering wheel. And then we put this small little dinky thing on there, you know, and you know, it was padded and stuff. And you know, and you know, and doing all this stuff, Chuck was instrumental in helping me do all of it. And you know, and sanding down the Jeep and you know, and priming it, and you know, we put it at red primer, and then I drove it for a while, and then I got it painted to a light blue. But during that whole time, I mean, Chuck was there, and Chuck was helping me out, and you know, so you know, and well, I'd say sophomore year, you know, football, he was, you know, he was playing. I was one of the guys sitting on the bench because I was just, you know, I mean, you know, I dripping wet. I might have weighed 110 pounds my sophomore year, you know, and Chuck was, you know, still is 230 pounds, but he'd gotten taller. So, yes, we did stuff in football and stuff like that. And then he came out and played basketball his sophomore year. And we played JV basketball together. And he was just this big ox in the middle of everything that, you know, you think of, you know, a bull in a china shop, and that was him on the basketball court. But, you know, I tell you what, I'd take him any day because of how hard he tried, you know. And it was just kind of fun to have him there. And you know, so it kind of budded there and more there. And then with track in the spring and you know, that. And, you know, we were just, sports-wise, we connected a lot because we did a lot of stuff together. You know, and you know, school, you see him every day anyway. I mean, we had, you know, 180 kids in our class, and you know, so you pretty much got to know everybody. So, and Chuck was just this big, lovable guy that you know, I hung around with, and you know. He was one of my friends. Mark Weber was another one of my friends. It was kind of nice to have those as friends because those guys were huge compared to me, and I never got in any problems. I mean, if anything ever came up and these guys came up behind me, it was solved, you know. So I was thankful for that, you know. You know, and then, you know, the Jeep over the summer was just, I mean, it was great, you know, with all those guys there, and you know, my mom and dad loved having all the guys there, and I think because my dad knew Chuck's situation and everything he's going through, and he was good friends with Mr. Dawson, my dad was, and I think he always kept an eye on Chuck. And Chuck and my dad developed a good friendship, so over the years. So, you know, so it was, you know, it was good to see. And, you know, they loved having, you know, everybody there, Chuck being one of them, and he was just, yeah, it was good. So, you know, and then you go on later on, you know, and you know, we did, you know, some more football and some track and school and all the extracurricular stuff, and the fact that we'd go and take my Jeep. Chuck was instrumental, and I think it was Chuck and Mark were instrumental in going down to the river, fording the river, and actually figuring out, you know, we'd sit there. I'd be driving, and Chuck and Mark would be walking in the river to know what were the high spots, what were the low spots, and we figured out where to drive from Allmiller Park clear down to past the bridge on Kerstetter. I mean, it was, you know, I mean, and you know, these guys are out in front. Hey, come over here, yeah, go over here, yeah, come over here, yeah, you know, so yeah, you know, and you know, and then we, you know, take turns driving down there, and you know, going back and forth across the river, and you know, we get people yelling at us from the park, going, yeah, hi guy, you know,
Brings a lot of my childhood.
You know, and then we had what's his name? Can't think of the guy's name. The Woods off of Plymouth Street. Oh, I don't know. We called it what was it? Old man. I forget. Well, anyways, we'd go down there, and one time I got stuck a couple times down there, and you know, and had to get some people, Chuck being one of them, to come out help dig it out, and yeah. So I mean, my Jeep and your dad's Ford pickup truck that was geared so low that he couldn't even start it out of first gear. He had to start everything out going in second gear. You know, I mean, it was geared so low, and then he had it paint this primer, you know, red, you know, the rust red. You know, driving that truck around, and yeah. So between him and I, we had, you know, we didn't have these souped up cars like everybody else did. We just had unique modes of transportation.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So let's talk for a minute, because I feel like you probably have a pretty good idea of where Dad came from. You know, and I think that part of his story is most people who come from where he did don't end up where he did.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So talk a little bit about and I know there are stories about Russ Byram and kids smoking in the bathroom and all, and Dad wearing clothes that he bought.
Yeah.
Right? And these kids smoking in the bathroom, Dad told them once, they did it a second time, and he took care of business. But talk about the challenge, like the challenges Dad had growing up. I think that's important for people to understand.
Well, again, to go back to fourth grade Gray White ball, and Dad telling me that hey, Chuck and his family had to be, pretty much he said, had to be taken away from his mom and dad. They had, some health concerns and some, I think Dad even said something about lice, and things to that extent, and how unstable the household was, and that it wasn't a good environment. And, so.
Like in high school.
Yeah.
He.
High school, and he was this big, lovable guy, okay? And I knew, what was going on. I knew, and I knew he didn't have much, and I knew, to a certain extent, my dad kind of watched out for him also. That was just my dad. And I think he also made sure that Chuck was doing okay. And I think and I can't, I know that Dad and Chuck had numerous conversations, and I'm sure, and I know that Dad called Chuck down to his office and talked to him about numerous things. To give him the guidance that he needed, because he didn't necessarily, and take nothing away from his dad, because Dad was a nice guy. But the guidance that Chuck needed, and he got it from numerous people. My dad being one, Tom Contyan being one, that because of his, and it has to go a lot to say with Chuck's personality, okay, and his heart and his desire to improve himself, and that goes directly to your dad. But I will say that yes, most of the time people got along with him great, but I will tell you that, it's like poking the bear, again, that's why I was thankful that he was my friend, not my enemy. So he stuck up for what he believed, and fortunately he got good grounding, and Mr. Dawson over there at the children's home was probably very instrumental on doing that. And yeah,
So, Roger, let's fast forward out of high school.
Okay.
Dad goes to NC State, plays 4 years, has an opportunity to go play in the NFL. You have a somewhat unique story to share about Dad's entrance into the professional ranks.
Well, unfortunately during college, Chuck was at NC State, I was at Wittenberg, and I never saw him play in college, but, we'd talk. I'd see him every so often, and we'd talk. And then, I would tell some people at school about, about Chuck and the possibilities he had. And then when he had the opportunity to go in the professional football, he came back and wanted to make sure he talked with my dad to get my dad's advice. It was, and I thought, cool. I said, cool. Hey, Dad, be his agent. You know, I mean, yeah, you know, cool. You know, you know, but I mean, Dad did it. Big one, because it was my dad, and that was just him, and two, it was for Chuck, and he'd done a lot of stuff already for Chuck. I mean, he'd helped. I'll backtrack one story at my senior year in football. We were coming back from Willard. I believe it was Willard. We had lost a game, and we were, according to the head coach, numerous of us were too jovial for the ride home. And we had two bus loads and he stops the bus right there, I think on 103, right before the railroad tracks. And he gets up and lights into us, and he promptly kicks off, I think, 4 guys off the bus. And Chuck was one of them. And I know for a fact that Dad called Chuck down to the office and said, hey, you know, you can't do this. You know, I mean, right, wrong, or indifference. You've got too many things riding on it. You've got, you know, scholarship. You got all this other stuff riding on it. You know, so right, wrong, or indifference on how we felt about that coach at that point in time. It didn't matter, and Chuck focused on making sure he got into college and still retained all that, you know, the opportunities that he had. And I think that was one reason why Chuck came back and wanted to talk to Dad before he went in there and make sure that, you know, he was not getting in too deep, and and Chuck understood everything, and he had my dad made sure he looked over all the stuff and said, yeah, everything's fine, you know, and to go forward, so that Chuck was being taken care of. So yeah.
So, and I had no idea your dad did that until we talked on the phone.
Yeah.
About it, I had no clue. And it explains a lot to me about how Dad felt about you, because of how your dad helped him, and then hearing these stories from high school. Let's fast forward even farther now. Let's talk about the last 7 years, if not longer than that. Like, you moved to Colorado. I moved to Arizona, and then I moved to Colorado and was in Colorado for 20 years, and then moved back here in 2002, 2003. And, you know, immediately, you know, Chuck and I started doing stuff. One of the reasons that we did stuff is because the reason I moved back is my mom had fallen. My dad had already passed away, and my mom had fallen that Christmas and severely broke her leg. And I moved back, you know, a couple months later to help take care of her, because I had no job or anything at the point in Colorado, and I needed some railings put up in the garage for a couple steps. First person I thought about was Chuck. I said, hey Chuck, you know, can you fix up some railings? And, you know, comes over on a Saturday, we go and you know, if I hadn't been with him and bought the stuff, he probably wouldn't have, because, you know, I said, you know, hey, you know, Chuck, I want to pay you for doing this. And he refused to take any money at all because it was for my mom.
and to this day, I'm sure that if I hadn't bought the materials, he wouldn't have charged us for the materials too, because it was my mom, you know. And the relationship he had with, you know, with my mom and dad. So, and that was, yeah, that was Chuck. And, you know, and then, you know, we always did stuff more and more. And then as I, you know, and then once we got, you know, the building that Winks is currently in, you know, he set up a little workshop back in the back, and we'd see each other more and more all the time because he'd come down and do stuff. And 9 times out of 10, when he came down to do stuff, you know, he'd be here for 2.5 hours. And 3/4 of that, we sat right out here and we just talked. You know, and hashed through stuff and just BS'd and had a good time. And, you know, and you know, even when I couldn't talk, we still had a, you know, and yeah, we'd just do stuff. And you know, God, he was, you know, he was a good guy. He sure loved you guys. So, and, you know, and I don't care how good my friendship is and anything or anything like that, and how good relationship you might have. His grandkids came first. You know, I mean, I'd ask him to do something. He says, "No, I can't. I got to pick up Peanut for this, or I got to pick up." I said, "Okay," you know. So, you know, and then we, you know, we bought a little program here to design a little area back in the back, and he and I were all gun ho about that and did that, and you know, and then we'd go through stuff, and then we did some stuff, and then you know, I'd ask him to do things, and the funny thing about it is there's you know, there's a fast speed and a slow speed, and then there's a Chuck speed. You know, and no matter what you did, you couldn't get off that Chuck speed. You know, so and you know, it could frustrate you, and it could you know, but God love him. You know, you knew when it was done, it was going to be done right, and you didn't have to worry about a thing, you know. So you're stuck with Chuck Speed.
Yeah.
So
mom would agree with that.
So
last question. Having known Dad, probably I would say you've probably been you're one of Dad's longest friends. You know, from 4th grade through high school into college, adulthood, all that.
Yep.
And you moved away, you came back. What would you say Dad's legacy is in this community, in Bucyrus?
They would, well, I mean, I guess I'll give it my personal legacy is the guy had a tremendous heart, and he cared about Bucyrus. He cared about Bucyrus High School. He cared about his roots of where he grew up because he knew how he grew up. And that was important for him to make sure that people didn't or had the opportunities that he was given to better himself. And as far as, you know, I look at a guy that came from nothing to make something of himself and was well respected by about everybody that he came in contact with. And you knew where you stood with him. and he'd give himself as much as he could on anything and everything he did, and to you as an individual.
Roger's a good man, and Roger, I appreciate you taking the time to do this video with us. And a lot of Mom, what Roger shared, there was stuff I had no idea, like that his dad was a prosecuting attorney, and that his dad was close with Clem Dawson. Um, Explains a lot about the relationship that Dad and Roger had over the years, and especially these last 5 years to me. So,
You know, they've been friends a long time.
and I know that wasn't easy for Roger to do
No.
at all. Um, and funny thing is, after I recorded that video, I went and walked through the shop because Roger had said that Dad had stuff still there, and Dad had apparently needed a table saw.
I'm sure he did.
He needed it bad enough that he bought it, and Mom had no clue. So listen, if anybody needs a slightly used table saw for whatever reason, send me a message on Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube. I know a family that's got one for sale.
I bet he hadn't used it hardly at all, had he?
No, it's like I said, it's gently used. Gently used. So, Mom, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play our next video, which is with a gentleman who Dad and you had talked a lot about, and who I had only until September heard about and spoken to on the phone. And the only time I actually physically met him is when I was in diapers. And so to have the opportunity to not only get to sit and enjoy lunch and break bread with our next guest, but he invited me to be on the radio with him last Friday prior to the kickoff of the NC State Carolina. God, throat hurts when I say that word. Without NC and State, or without the North and the State, on each side. But we got an interview that I did with JD Hayworth, and so I'm going to go ahead and play that. And probably, Mom, what I'll do is jump straight from JD's interview
There you
to our
go.
last one with Uncle Schwantz.
Right, I know.
And then we'll come back and we'll close it up, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's Chris Stone, and I am elated. I am so excited to have our next guest with me today. Former United States Representative, a radio and television personality, and my dad's teammate and brother, JD Hayworth, is joining us from the warm climate of Phoenix, Arizona. JD, how are you, brother?
Chris, I'm doing well, and it's cooled off a little bit here in the desert. We're down to double digits now, but my loyalty to the Wolfpack and my love for the memory of your dad and for your family still burns brightly way out here in the desert.
Thank you, JD. We appreciate that. And, you and I had the opportunity to speak on WBT out of Charlotte ahead of the NC State Carolina game. And we talked about Dad, and you had shared a couple of memories. And I was wondering if you could maybe go into those in a little bit more detail. I know Mom and Dad were very unique at NC State and on that team because they were married. And
that's very true.
Could you just spend a couple of minutes talking about that and what you saw of them from that experience?
Well, I'm going to talk about the past, but I'm going to preface it with the present and with current events because, after all, given my background, I have to visit about that. We should note that you and I get together on the other side of the NC State Carolina game. And of course, the Wolfpack pulled off that big win in double overtime. The current coach, Dave Doran, said something last year that I think is incredibly truthful. In a moment of frustration, he said, NCAA stands for no clue about anything. And I want to put that in perspective in terms of your parents. Your parents, and really only a couple of other couples, there were just a handful of married players on the NC State football team when we arrived as freshmen way back in the bicentennial year of 1976. And what the NCAA did at that point in time was the mirror opposite of what you see now with all these lucrative contracts today, so-called name, image, and likeness that is accruing real money to young student athletes at various institutions. By 1976, the NCAA had even got rid of laundry money, a modest stipend that would help you get your laundry done, and quite candidly, given the economics of the day, give you a little bit of walking around money. Certainly, nothing exorbitant. That was gone when your folks arrived on campus, and your dad and your mom. We all welcomed them in, but truth be told, a lot of us were in a stage not of arrested development, quite the contrary. Your dad and mom were stepping ahead. They were entering the mature world of marriage at the tender age of 18, 19 years of age and starting the educational process. And so their housing was removed from where we were in the athletic dorm, the old College Inn there on Western Boulevard. You had to go further out Western Boulevard, past the research farms. And there you saw married student housing. So it was separated from us. And quite frankly, your mom and dad had to live apart from us, not only attitudinally, but economically. The training table was open to your dad during two-a-days, and that was about it. And I'll never forget one of the old security officers, one of the old campus cops, great Southern guy. He made it a point to stop by and visit your parents quite a bit. And he told me one day in a side, he said, I was over there and old Chuck was hungry, I could tell. And we can make light of it saying, well, how can a great big guy, 260 pounds, whatever, be hungry? Let me tell you, they were going through it, which is quite frankly what prompted me to have you on the radio last week when I saw the, quote, pantry bowl between NC State and Carolina, raising money for the pantries on campus for those who, it boggles the mind now, even in the second decade of the 21st century, that some people on campus aren't getting fed regularly. But that was the case. It was very difficult. But here's the thing. Your folks came through this, certainly not a bed of roses, but they were able to accentuate the opportunity. So the adversity that came with the opportunity was, okay, we can manage that. We have to look at the opportunity we get, and that speaks volumes. Just to put it back in that 1976 mindset, when I first met your dad, great big guy, 6'3", 250, the hairstylings of the day, he had little ringlets. His blonde hair were like little ringlets. It's kind of like Santa's little brother, Chuck Claus, coming to campus without the beard, but with the great, almost Santa-esque hair on his head. And you have to understand, too, if you go back and maybe you can find some file footage of the football styles at that point in time, was really big. The formal jerseys were met. and you would wear a half shirt underneath. And yeah, there are a handful of guys who had washboard abs, but let's be honest about it. Most of us didn't. Most of us were growing into our bodies because, again, we're in our late teen years.
Right.
Now, sure, a guy like Jimmy Richer, who is a physical, to this day, an exception physically, when he was drafted into the NFL, the lowest percentage of body fat of any offensive lineman to that point in time in his 2010 vision. And now, of course, an airline pilot after 14 years in the NFL and winning the Outland Trophy at NC State. Now, Jimmy may have had that look where he could wear the half shirt, but your dad and I, and most of us on the offensive line, well, I guess I would say about your dad, say, Chuckles, you're the Bavarian brewmaster. And I'm right behind you, pal, because we had that little paunch that went with the considerable mass up here. Yes, there was some girth down below. So that was one of the memories. But the other thing about your dad was that he was off the field a gentle, easygoing soul. And that's pretty tough when you consider, as you have chronicled and relayed, the challenges growing up back in Bucyrus, the challenges upon returning, the challenges that all of us encounter. It's kind of nice that universities have the course marriage and family life, and but your folks didn't stop off for a learner's permit. They went and got married, and so they were living that without the how-to book other than the Bible and their own good sense to get by, and a group of friends who did not always understand the challenges of marriage on campus, and then the rigors of child rearing when a little guy who's grown up and joins me now on this interview arrived on the scene. So it was a real challenge, but Chuck and Sandy pulled through it, and I think they drew lessons from that have benefited certainly those of us blessed to call them friends, but I think back home in the community of Bucyrus as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, JD, that, there are a lot of lessons that mom and dad have shared with my brother Adam and I, that they said, we learned this while we had nothing. And, mom, recently after dad had passed, she kept sharing the story that we didn't know how poor we were. They were returning pop bottles so that, they could buy diapers. And so it's the story of dad from where he came from, with respect to the children's home and the people around him who showed him kindness and who helped. They basically said, we're not going to let you fall through the cracks. And that's part of what this kindness fund is about, JD, is offering help to kids who face the similar challenges that dad faces, that dad faced, but to also honor those people who helped him along the way. So I wonder, JD, can you talk about, today, we're recording this interview prior to the big day, Giving Tuesday, but can you talk about the importance of kindness and giving back and the responsibility that we have when we're given, one of dad's favorite sayings to us growing up, to whom much is given, much is expected. So talk about that a little bit, JD.
Well, that observation that your dad shared comes directly from the Bible. To whom much is given, much is required. And we can measure those gifts. And it's these eternal gifts we are given are priceless. But you mentioned something a second ago about your dad's experience growing up and people saying to him, we're not going to let you fall through the crack. Well, as fate would have it, my perception, maybe it's a different one for you guys, but I know a couple of guys, that NC State recruiting class in 1976, the last class recruited by Lou Holtz. But when I joked, once he found out he signed me, he had to get out of town saying, oh no, that kid's going to be one of the biggest washouts in Wolfpack history. So he took the gig with the New York Jets. But the expression today is on the bubble. Your dad was on the bubble. He was a late ad. And some people would say, well, his talent level. No, no, no. His talent was there. But even more than the talent, his desire to grow more talented and giving back. You see, it speaks volumes that your parents returned to Bucyrus. Because let me tell you, getting out of school, the chance to have a guy who started on the offensive line for the ACC champion Wolfpack, your dad's skill set was going to be in high demand across the 100 counties in North Carolina. But such was the connection with home that when it was time to go back home, your folks didn't hesitate. They went back home, and that typifies the kind of commitment they had to Bucyrus, and they've had to people in the area, and the notion of giving back. And this is something that's always so important, and your dad embodied, because it's pretty heady when you're given the chance to play major college football. It's pretty heady when you win an Atlantic Coast Conference championship. Your dad, again, in an opposite thing of on the bubble, on a couple of occasions, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall through the mists of memory, he made it with two eventual Super Bowl teams to the very final cut in NFL camp.
Yes.
Now, a couple of things could have happened. Your dad could have got really upset. Your dad could have really turned his back on football and developed a hostility for it. He didn't. He took that experience and he was able to use it to help others. To the Bible says, and probably you experienced it. I know I talked to your mom the night following your dad passing. The Bible says, dance with those who dance and mourn with those who mourn. And your dad athletically had those experiences, and it's not that they're unique, quite the contrary. It's something that we know an athletic career is finite. Either age and the dissolution of skills, the erosion of playing ability and physical ability comes to us, or other circumstances occur. Your dad took that lesson to heart and helped him return home again with a perspective that gave him wisdom beyond his years. Yes, to be there and extol the virtues of the athletically talented, but to work with the kids who had the desire and perhaps not the skill set, coach them up not only in sports such as football and track, or for your dad and I, the field portion of track, shot and discus and those events, but to help them realize their potential and also to understand the potential pitfalls that were there. So a very clear-eyed understanding, or as your dad in one of our frequent telephone conversations would say, you know, you got those kids, you're tough on them when you need to be tough on them. You do what you can to straighten them out, and then you hug them. And I think that simple notion of recognizing the challenge, meeting the challenge, tough love, and tough love unafraid to be tender and emotive and sharing, that typifies your dad.
JD, I can't begin to say how much it's meant to me. You know, Dad and Mom shared stories not just about Jimmy, Jim Richer, Chris Dietrich, Dave Horning. They shared stories about you. And what was interesting is before September of this year, you and I, the only time you and I had ever met was when I was still in diapers. And it has been such a pleasure and honor to get to know you these past few months, um, and to call you friend. And I am so grateful that you've given the time of your time to um, talk with me today about Dad. Um, and what some of your memories are and the importance of giving back. JD, before we close out today, are there any other comments or thoughts that you would like to share with those who are watching today?
Imagine when we leave this world, we're not going to be focused on this world anymore, but imagine those who are left behind. Chuck Stone cast a large shadow, not only because he was a large man, but because of his big heart, the skill set, his ability to be involved in woodworking, building the press box at the high school. Guys like me, I'm a pretty big guy, but I bet he could even hold me up if I, by some magic twist of fate, came to offer Bucyrus my play-by-play skills, such as they are through the years. But in all seriousness, in the final analysis, in addition to the love and affection and memories that never leave us, there is an example. Chuck Stone embodied the example of helping others. And a great way for that to live on, apart from the eternal life he enjoys now, in this temporal realm, in this imperfect world, is to find a way to make life a little better for those who are on the bubble. And that's what the Kindness Fund does and will do.
JD, again, thank you so much. I can't begin. I feel like grateful is not the strongest word to come up with, but it's the best one I've got. That's how I'm feeling. So much gratitude for you, and all of Dad's brothers who I've had the chance to talk to in the past, not just this year, but before that. So thank you again, JD. I appreciate you being with us, sharing your thoughts and your insights. And I'm making no bones about it. Our goal today is to raise at least $6,500 to get that fund endowed so it will not just outlive generations of our family, but so that it can help generations of Bucyrus students, um, for forever, for as long as time exists. So, JD, thank you again for your time, and um, I can't. I need to make another special. I need to make a special trip to Arizona, one to enjoy the warm weather, but two to come and visit with you and your lovely wife again, and just spend time together. So, thank you, JD.
Well, thank you so much. And Chris, Mary and I return that sentiment tenfold. And as we say down south, hug your mama for us, would you?
I sure will, JD. Thank you.
Bless you. Thanks so much.
He's a good man. JD is one of the best, and I'm so grateful that I've gotten to know him. It obviously it stinks, the reason that we've become connected and spent so much time together, but I'm glad that we have. So
Your dad would be pleased. He would be pleased.
on that note, we have one more video to go.
hey, I need lunch.
What you don't know, what you haven't seen behind the scenes is I've been snacking on protein bars and um, a like trail mix type deal while these videos have been playing. So,
Good for you. I should have thought of that, I guess.
well, you know, when this is what you do all day long, you learn things. Our last video is with Chris Dietrich. I don't know what to say about Uncle Dietz, Mom.
Yeah.
Of all of the guys that Dad played with and all of the great friendships that he had, I would say this one is probably the most special to all of us. Dietz.
They were close.
Yeah. And a lot of it, and Dietz is going to talk a little bit about it in his interview, but yeah, he's just, as we've joked before, I'm not going to say it.
No, please.
All right. Well, Mom, I'm gonna have Dietz. I'm gonna play Dietz's interview. Then we'll come back and we'll wrap up. Okay.
Then I'm gonna go get lunch.
Then you can go get lunch. All right.
Chuck and I met not right off the bat, but I was walking up the hill to go back to our dorm, and I heard a beep. Didn't know him from Adam, and he was driving. One of the few guys who had a car, and he picked me up and gave me a ride up the hill because we walked everywhere we went. And I think I wanted to quit about every day back then. In fact, twice a day, 3 times a day for each practice afterwards. I wanted to quit, and Chuck would make me feel okay about what we were doing, give me a little encouragement. We talked a little bit about our past, and we were kind of like brothers from a different mother. So we hit it off immediately, stepped right in to help a hobbling old lineman up the hill, and then we ended up playing side by side for years. And Chuck loved the game. I will say this: Chuck loved the game more than probably anybody I know. And his encouragement, because I wasn't quite as enthusiastic as Chuck was about football, and but he kind of had that something in him that kept me going. Come on, man, we can make this. One more practice, whatever. And we had this little thing when we were playing side by side. We'd kind of do a fist bump with the outside of our, hand pads, kind of bump each other, just to let each other know that we're here, and we were friends ever since.
So 40 plus years.
40 plus years. I would stop in. To your home on the way to Detroit each year, and we'd catch up there. We'd visit. He'd come to Raleigh. We'd visit, and we've got to know each other's family background, etc., etc., our troubles, and we just opened up to each other, and we loved each other. He was a good man. Cut up. I'll save some of that for off camera. He not only was he willing to give us rides up the hill, and he was the only married guy, I think, on the team at that time. I might be wrong, but so we didn't know much of marriage. We were all single guys, but we knew he stepped up and helped us up the hill. And then we got to meet his lovely wife, Sandy, and she took a handful of us in and fed us. On unlimited resources, and showed us all the love. It was kind of like having a second family away from home. We were all home. I was homesick, certainly, and made us feel at home. And then we went to at the hospital when you were born. I think we made you the game ball.
Yeah.
We made
Chris Stone the official game ball. We passed him around like a little football when he was born, and it was like an extended family, which I didn't have too much back at home. So it made it that much more special to me, and we just loved each other like brothers. Yeah, I saw Chuck give a lot of love. Well, first of all, I never saw a man work so hard. I remember his alarm. I always try to put myself in somebody else's shoes and I think he was getting up at some ungodly hour to drive a long distance to go to work, you know, because he's a good provider. So he took care of business first, and then on top of that, always had time for the kids, and just spread the love around, spread the caring around, any encouragement around. And just a special, special man. Like I said, loved the game more than I did, loved the outdoors, always helping somebody else out. In fact, if I remember right, things at the house were undone because he was helping somebody else out. I remember saying, "You ever going to finish this bathroom?" And then your mom, Sandy, would say, "Well, he's helping so and so, or he's doing this with the, you know, kids." God, I miss him. You know, your dad, Chuck, and I mean this with all sincerity, I don't think he had a bad word to say about anybody. I think I might have had a thing or two to say, as always, but Chuck never said anything, you know, even jokingly. He never said anything bad about anybody. He worked hard. He loved what he did, whatever he was doing. He just loved what he did. He loved his family. He was so proud when the grandkids came around. That's all we'd talk. In fact, it was a good thing because it took us off our ailments, and we had something else to talk about. So it was kind of nice. It was, you know, what the kids are doing. And of course, you guys first, the kids. Hey, how the kids do? We'd talk about you. So we stopped talking about our knees and hips and back by that point. Although I don't think Chuck had any physical problems until later on. He was a strong, like you know, country strong. I think that's just this strong guy, and but he worked so hard. He loved whatever he did, which to be honest with you, I was a little envious, because I just didn't have the enthusiasm he had. And as I go through life, I find you know, those people that have that type of enthusiasm to go on. And in my opinion, he was every bit of good a ball player as I was, because I watched films. We're side by side. We do our little pat. We'd say a number or a name. We knew what each other were doing, what we were doing, because we worked in tandem. And unfortunately, life after college involves a lot of numbers, and your dad just didn't. He would have loved to have played. He'd probably still be playing if he could. He'd probably get replacements and play. I'd never seen anybody love everything he did. In fact, when he came to Raleigh, he'd help me out if I had a little project going on, and never asked for anything. Just gave and gave and gave, and that's what I remember about him. And he loved you guys, all you guys, and then your guys, all those guys. He loves you, and I'm sure he's looking down and smiling and probably laughing at me. Now, we used to make fun of each other's heads, but I do think Chuck had me beat a little bit, but on the head size thing. But we always joke around with that. And the cart. The golf cart.
The golf cart.
Yeah. We were. Well, first we were in the tunnel or something, and we had our pictures up, our old team pictures, and I nudged him. I said, "Chuck, what do you suppose we were thinking back in those days? You know, what do you think was going through our head there?" We both sat and looked at each other. I said, "You think it was happy hour?" Probably. But then we went out on the field, and they had a big helmet on a golf cart as the mascot cart, and that's rib him a little bit and say, "Hey, Chuck, I see they got your old helmet and used it. They got some use out of your old helmet." And we just had a lot of fun. And again, I will never forget our little fist bump, our back of a hand bump, and because I was dying. I'm assuming, dying from exhaustion wise. I assume he was, and we just do that bump, little fist bump, and know we're going to do all right on this next play. But spent a lot of time with him off the field. A lot of time in Michigan. When I was up in Michigan, he'd come up and we'd all party. And in fact, one year he and I had a few too many drinks, and we were going to go running off the end of the dock and jump in the lake. And he missed the dock and went into the muck. And he came out and he looked like Swamp Thing. I mean, he was big. He was a big guy. And he had seaweed hanging from him. He looked like Swamp Thing, and scared the hell out of most of the party. But everybody loved him. Teammates of mine in Detroit passed on their sympathies when I told them, because a lot of those guys knew him. Yeah. They're like, "Stoney? Yeah, sure, I know Stoney." Everybody knew Stoney.
Swamp Thing.
What's that?
Swamp Thing.
He had quite a bruise on his leg.
Oh, I bet he did.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he did. Mom, it's been a long morning and afternoon.
Did good.
Thanks. Before we close out, a couple of things I need to do. First, I want to thank everybody who was a part of this today. From John, my friend John Stamper, helping me kick things off this morning, to all of our guests, Karen Mitchell, Bob Britton, Beth Constantine and Marie Stuckman, John Bean, Aaron James, those folks who did recordings with me. David Horning, Jim Richard, Todd Schneider, Sheila Ham, Andrew Markley, Rob Neff, Dwight Sullivan and OD, Kyle Wesco, Roger, JD, Hayworth, and Uncle Beats, the last interview. It's been a fun day to go back and relive some of these memories. And, as I said in the interview, in a lot of the interviews, I'm making no bones about it. We have $6,500 that we need to raise to make this an endowment fund. And the link to do that is in the comments on Facebook, LinkedIn, and our YouTube channel. And I hope that what you've learned today is that my dad he could be a grizzly bear when poked and prodded, and especially on the football field. But otherwise, he was a gentle man that had nothing but his heart was bigger than his head.
Pretty big.
And if you listen to Dietz's interview, his head was pretty big because they used his helmet on the golf cart.
That's right.
But
I was watching, I don't know how I brought it up. I don't know where it was, but I was watching some old clips of them playing football back then. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, my gosh, he really was good.
Yeah.
He was mean. He was taking out knees. Whatever he had to do. Whatever he had to do to save Dwight and Ted. So
that's right. But I hope today that people have learned there is a need for this. And it's more than just, Bucyrus City Schools has the backpack program that provides meals to kids on the weekends. It's a great program, been going for many years.
Mm-hmm.
They have individuals and companies and organizations that give money to buy clothes. You heard Beth and Marie talk about shirts, pants, socks, underwear, coats, shoes, all of those things. But what they don't have right now is they don't have the resources to help with some of those expenses that we don't think about kids needing help with, especially at the high school level. And Beth talked about it with, kid may need their birth certificate. That's a tongue twister, and it may, to us, $20 may seem like a drop in the bucket, but to a kid who comes from a home that's not good, and money uh is tight, to say the least, that $20 is a lot. And
Tight or
so
non-existent.
that exactly, or non-existent. So that's part of what this fund is designed to do, is to give the schools, to give the social workers, to give the school counselors the resources, the financial resources they need to help a kid that needs their birth certificate and who needs a gift card for gas to be able to go get a job interview to help improve their lot in life. Right? Or, to help buy more laundry detergent for them. I had no idea they're doing laundry in the schools for kids, to buy more laundry detergent, to, the family of the first grader who wants to put their child in Cub Scouts. That's what this is designed for, is those expenses that none of us think about. And a lot of us, we don't think that it's a big, it's not a big deal to throw $20 here, $20 there.
Mm-hmm.
But to a family who lives at that free and reduced level that, Bob Britton, the superintendent, talked about, that's a big deal. It's a huge deal. So, I would encourage you. I don't know. I guess I'm biased that, this fund is going to help kids, and it has the ability to help them now. We just have to get this to an endowed level so that way it helps. So that way we're guaranteeing that it helps generations of kids, not just the ones today. So
it's going to get there. It's going to get there.
I know. John, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you for your support and helping me. I appreciate it. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you.
Well, absolutely. Hi, Sandy. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. I thought that just because I don't know any other way but to flip the script, since you've been hosting this all day, Chris, and Sandy, you guys have been building this, was to ask you a couple questions, if I may. Sandy, what have you learned, I guess, in this process, like all the work that you guys have been doing to build this fund? I mean, it's not often that people get the opportunity to go back and take the time like you guys have to talk with all of these people that were a part of his life and all of that. But is there anything that really took you by surprise, even though you've known a lot of these people for many years, that you were like, wow, like I didn't realize. I mean, I know you just shared the comment of like how mean he was on the football field, which is pretty cool, right?
And I watched him all the time, and I didn't realize he was that good. But
yeah, but like anything else, right? I mean, I think the process that you guys have gone through is so special here, and I think there's an even bigger message with all of this, is the work that you've done. But what have you learned from all of this?
I guess I never, especially like listening to some of the guys that came to our house to eat, or we brought it back to Ohio or whatever like that. I guess I never realized how much all that meant to them. I never realized that. It was just something that we just did, Yeah. It was as normal to us as, having breakfast. That's just what we did. I did not realize how much those little things meant, and how much they realized back then that we didn't have a lot of money, we didn't. So.
Well, and Chris, I mean, you were just talking about, and I can see it. I love it. Your passion for raising money. And I think that this is just the beginning. I think that this will continue to go on, like Sandy said. But I also think that, like, to her point, just putting this together, if this just helps one person, right? Like if this just helps one person, I think your mom's point is so valid. Like we don't realize sometimes when things aren't grandiose, that like somebody's being impacted. And it sounds like that was a big part of, your father's life and what was important to him, which I think is awesome. And I think this is going to go farther and wider than you guys ever imagined. You've just got it started. So I'm excited to see where it goes from here. What did you learn? Like, what did you learn in going through this process? Like, I've been working with you. I've been, as you've been, when you've been going through this and building through this, it's been so fun to watch you build this. What have you learned from it?
One, I have an appreciation for the legwork that it takes to put an event like this together. Like, our dear friend Amber Young with Oral Cancer Cause, it's not lost on me the time that she invests in contacting people and putting the schedule together and getting the timing right and all of those things. That's the first thing. The second thing I've learned through all of this is just how much my dad is loved. And how lucky I am that I got to call him dad.
Yep.
Because there are a lot of people, we don't get to choose our family. We don't. And Dad told me a long time ago that he made a decision that when he had a family, he was not going to repeat. He was not going to allow his family to go through what he went through. And I think a big part of that, has to do with the lady that's here with us right now. It has to do with Mom. Mom was there's a story that Dad had shoeboxes full of letters from every Division I college in the country that he just had in shoeboxes. And Mom found out about it, and
You said strength?
she ended up filling out every one of the questionnaires and sending them in and said, we're going to do this. And so, but I got lucky, John. I got lucky when it came to being dealt the hand of a family, because not only was I born into a family that loves each other, but I was also born into a family that cares about other people and cares about helping other people. And what I've realized is that's the legacy of our family. It's not about, it's not about the material stuff, and one of the, I don't remember who it was. Let me think this through for a minute. It was Todd Schneider, Dad's principal when he was at Withrow. And he quoted, the quote he used was, "People will never remember the things you said, and people will never remember the things you did, but people will always remember how you made them feel." And to me, that's where this idea of kindness, whether it's through the Kindness Fund or through the Kind Kids program, right? We want people to just be kind to others.
Yeah.
We just need more of that today. So it's been very humbling, to be able to talk to some of these men that, and I'll use, JD Hayworth as an example. Never in a million years did I think, one, I would have the opportunity to speak with him, and sit down and have lunch with him like we did after, the ADOM conference. But then for him to invite me to be on a radio show on the biggest radio station in Charlotte, to talk about this. And now, here we are. I had a chance to kind of flip the script and interview him. It just goes to show that these guys, like Dad loved these guys, and these guys love my dad. And they called me the wolf pup. I'm still the wolf pup to these guys. So I've learned a lot, and again, I'm just so grateful to everybody that's been a part of this, and hopefully I get the chance to do it again next year, and we'll probably reuse some of these videos that we've done, but I'm really hoping that uh, I can bring some new interviews to the forefront that I would love, and I'm going to try like hell to get this one. I would love to do an interview with Clem Dawson, the gentleman that
We
ran.
lost you. We lost you. With
Sorry,
who?
with Clem Dawson. He's the gentleman that ran the children's home.
Gotcha.
I think Clem. In fact, I know Clem. Dad said that Pop Dawson is a big reason for him being the man that he is. You know, Pop taught him how to be a man. He taught him how to tie a tie. He taught him so many different things. And I wish I would have done an interview with my grandpa to talk about my dad, mom's dad, because what do you call him, meathead? To hear him talk about meathead would have been fun. And it's like I told mom, I have a couple of regrets. I regret not putting a camera and a microphone on dad. I regret not putting a camera and microphone on grandpa. And people, I'm telling you, if you have the opportunity to do that, do it now.
Yeah.
Because once that's gone, all of those memories, all of those stories, all of those things are lost forever. And yeah, it's been a great experience. And like I said, John, I owe you a debt of gratitude for, 2 years ago, you took a shot with me, and you've given me a great opportunity to do some amazing work and to be able to bring this concept from what we've done in the dental industry to this fund. Thank you.
Well, listen, man. I mean, I think both you and Sandy, I mean, you guys deserve a lot of credit. I mean, coming on live and opening yourself up and being vulnerable and doing all this stuff, says a lot about the both of you. And I think where I get excited, and Chris, you know this, is that, listen, the more that people do this, the more good things will happen, right? I just believe, I've always believed that, there's a lot of negative things that, social media can be used for. This is such a great example of a positive way, to utilize this medium for you guys to, share how wonderful your father was and Sandy, your husband. And then, of course, like you said, Chris, I mean, keep it going, like, raise money in an effort to be able to keep things going in that community. So, I mean, congrats on the day and beginning, right? This is only the beginning for this. I think that's exciting is that, and I think even though every time you're nervous to come on camera, you still always find a way to keep talking. I don't know, Sandy, like he always says to me, he's like, oh, I'm nervous and you get on camera, and he just keeps talking, which is an amazing so that's good.
He's a talker.
But anyways, well, thank you, Chris, for even having me on here. It's an honor, to be on here with you guys. And this is a very special day for the both of you and for everybody that's been watching. And we'll, continue to do what we can to, get the word out. And this is such an important cause that you guys have created. So congrats, man.
Thank you, John. And Mom, I love you. Thank you I know you're hungry. Here in about 5 seconds, go get you some lunch. All right.
All right. Love you too.
Love you, Mom. John, thank you. Everybody have a great day. Take care.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.